Good evening. Thanks for joining us. As it was said to me, day 2 is even harder than day 1. So here we are, day 2 in new city council chambers and with new audio. I really say that just if there's any members of the public or other people that are tuning in to us, I want you to know that we have experienced some technical difficulties, as I'm experiencing right now, as a matter of fact. And let me see if I can get back. Anyway, today is the Aspen City Council work session for February 15, 2022. And tonight's agenda is thick. Affordable Housing Strategic Plan, Decision Matrix conversation that was carried over from last week, engineering updates, safety in the downtown core, Park and Midland pedestrian improvements, and the roundabout. Discussion about long-term restaurant activation, and at the end we have enough time for council board reports and council updates. So with that, we'll start with item number 1. I see Diane in front of us. I'm sure she's going to introduce this item.
Actually, hand it over to Sarah.
I mean, she's going to hand it over to Sarah, who's going to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. A few quick things for you for tonight. This first discussion is really about the decision matrix specifically, and a discussion of whether you wish to set a goal for new housing deed restrictions in the community to be obtained. And so when we get into the decision matrix, I encourage you to think about them as prioritization tools. Is the weighting right? But we're not actually going to score them tonight. You're not going to go through and, we're not going to wordsmith tonight. If you have those kinds of comments, or if you wish to try it out in a practice run, then certainly feel free to do that as homework, so to speak, and bring that by the city manager's office later in the week. If enough of you participate, we'll actually bring back to you the average scoring from you trying out the prioritization matrix if you choose to do that as a council. So I think this first conversation, we're trying to get it done in about an hour. So 45 minutes to an hour on this. And then again, 45 minutes to an hour on the engineering component. And it shouldn't take any more than 30 minutes from staff's view on the right-of-way work this evening. Are there any questions about our goal to be out of here in about 2.5?
Love that.
All right. So again, it's not meant to rush you, but also to help you be focused and making sure that your comments are contributing to the conversation. You look like you're...
I'm just trying to get into WebEx, and I don't seem to be having any luck on this. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong but...
So we'll have someone walk over and look. That won't be me.
Comes to this, and then it goes.
The other thing...
That's left from the last screen.
It looks like you're on, because we wouldn't see you on the screen if you weren't on WebEx.
Okay, then it's open somewhere. Okay.
The other thing, just for the benefit of the community, if you feel like you're having difficulty with the audio tonight, is because you are on WebEx. And this meeting does not have a public comment portion, so that they can hear the best feeds through Grassroots and through the City of Aspen website, of which there's not audio issues on those platforms. The audio issue is directly related to WebEx and how the WebEx audio feed works. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thanks, Sarah.
Great, may I share my screen?
Go right ahead.
All right, so we're going to take this, as Sarah said, in 2 parts. The first piece is talking about the decision matrix. And so step 1 will be talking about the categories and their weighting. And that's probably the most important piece. And then, as Sarah said, we'll give you an Excel file, or if you prefer, a paper copy, and then let you run with it and see how you come up. And we can come back and have a brief discussion about kind of see how things landed and see if you want to make any adjustments. And then the second piece is we'll go into the discussing a target metric. So up on your screen is an enlarged version of the matrix. And as it said in the report, these are all priorities. Staff believes, and council talked about all these at your housing retreat, these are all important to do. It's just really helpful to know where to add extra focus or prioritize time or staff. So with that, let's just talk about what it'd be good is for council to have a discussion on the ones that run across the top. Quantity, so these were the categories that staff kind of felt in listening to council during the retreat. These are the things that you care about. And so, for example, if we hadn't had the retreat, I wouldn't have known how important the Aspen Area Community Plan is to all of you and how much of a guiding document that is. So that's just one example. And Mayor, I'll hand it back to you. And if you want to start the conversation about these across the top.
Thanks. So the question is there anything missing more than anything from here?
Rachel?
Thank you so much. I didn't even have to ask. I'm sorry, but, coming from our last meeting when we really reviewed the draft action plan, and we know it's draft, and we're looking for what might be missing in that, I have something for there. But what's really occurred to me since our retreat and since our really reviewing the draft, which you did a great job of putting together, I personally feel we have to have a discussion about the prioritization of the availability of the units that we bring online. And that is not in our matrix, and it's not in our draft plan. And I've gotten more and more concerned about the idea that our Burlingame 3 units will go to lottery this fall, hopefully, weather and supply chain permitting. And we're not getting the same sort of reciprocity of investment in housing from the other entities that are beneficiaries of the housing for their workforce. Or, the idea that we're going to subsidize Burlingame 3 by tens of millions of dollars, and then I have to explain to an Aspen business person who cannot hire an employee why there's an equal qualification or prioritization for employees who work on the Pitkin County side of Main Street of basalt. And there's no basalt money going into this project. There's no Pitkin County money going into this project. Basalt's new development approvals that they're putting out for their affordable housing restrict the occupants in the future to basalt-only workers who work within their municipal boundaries. And I'm just really concerned that everyone in the community is turning back to APSHA and Aspen of why don't we have enough housing? Our resources will not even begin to do what we have in this plan. And the other entities have a prioritization system set up in Snowmass for Snowmass Village workers first. I think we need to think about that seriously for our Burlingame for sale units and then potentially for our rental units going forward, because the county is not participating, and it bothers me no end that the businesses at the Airport Business Center are not contributing any money to supporting the housing program or future housing production or any of our greater housing needs, which in the past have included adequately funding the housing office. And I think that's part of why it's been under-resourced for so long. And I think it's just time for us as Aspen to think about our responsibility to the taxpayers who are giving us those dollars for a workforce housing and a community sustainability housing. And I think this is missing from our prioritization. I think it's missing from our discussion in the Housing Action Plan. And I think that if we see other parties beginning to respond more vigorously to the housing crisis, then deed restrictions could be changed at Burlingame 3 on the second resale. But I just cannot put those out to the general population of Redstone and Meredith and Basalt when those communities and through the county are not contributing to production. They are doing mitigation housing at Phillips. I understand that fully. But mitigation dollars come from new growth, which is not adequately carrying its own weight to begin with. It's at least a 40 to 50% minimum deficit. And given the great potential that every residence in the county might soon be a lodging bed operation and a commercial activity, we have to think about how to protect and allow the housing to go to the people who are supporting the Aspen community and who are paying the taxes. So I find that missing from this matrix.
Do you have proposed language of what that looks like to help the group maybe understand how that would be framed?
Well, I think at the very least, we should tailor a prioritization program that is similar to Snowmass Villages, so that if a unit is not rented within 30 days to a worker within their community, then it's opened up to the broader community. And the same for sales units. I think that we need to start thinking about that. And at the very least, perhaps have a larger work session and discussion about it. I know we're not set up for it now, but again, we were told the housing plan was a draft and that there were things we wanted to add them. This is where we bring them to the table.
Skippy and then Ward, if I could.
Yeah. I'm wondering from staff's perspective or from our perspective, if this is at all what we were considering talking about under regional collaboration.
Not me. I mean,
I haven't received that policy direction from the council, so we have not brought that issue
Okay.
up in any of our regional housing discussions. It certainly has been brought up by other entities who are choosing that policy, but we have not represented that as Aspen's position on its new
Got it.
development or on its deed restrictions it controls.
Have there been any discussions, not so much, this is our policy now, and so, whatever, but that we would like to see better reciprocity of policy across groups?
well, if you're asking me,
Well, anyone, yeah.
I mean, again, from the time I was on the county board and since, I've said you have to have some resources to start getting into this housing game. And whether it's how much and how will they help us settle the Centennial lawsuits, why we've never really had the type of positions that we need at the APCHA office. It's the 50-50 split. Theirs comes from the general fund, ours comes from dedicated taxes, to the separate issue of potential of public dollars being needed for upkeep and repair of much older units. And we're looking at, should we do something with Woody Creek, but to the extent there's any public dollars that will or may be needed, we're only hearing that they come from Aspen.
Yeah.
And so it's just reached a point where how much longer can you continue being the only one carrying a program
Yeah.
that the entire residency and business community of our county is depending on, and it's just us.
Yeah, no, I understand, I agree with the
Well,
problem
and
statement.
the other thing is, in terms of the regional housing, when it was first presented to us and asked, to fund the survey and things like that, which I support the concept, you can't have much of a regional housing program when one municipality wants to approve 80% of their new growth as free market and only 20% affordable or less, or aren't bringing resources to the table. A regional housing authority would be a great concept and a total unilateral live where you work where you live approach, but it's nowhere near that now, in terms of, look at the tree farm. The tree farm is coming online in El Jebel. It's going to require hundreds more employees than it's actually housing. And that's all I'm trying to say is we need to put in prioritization and begin to talk about
Yeah,
that.
and I just wanted to understand if that broader conversation has happened at any level before I offer a comment that would suggest it hasn't. So it hasn't, yeah.
Again, the city of Aspen has not proposed it. I would argue that the
Others-
conversation has occurred in other jurisdictions. That's why you
Conversation
see
has
the
occurred.
policy that exists right now in Basalt and Snowmass Village.
Got it, okay. Well, I mean, I guess I appreciate you bringing it forward, and I think the problem statement is a real one, right? I mean, there's a scarce resource, there's an acute need, and the policies are not aligned in such a way that is disadvantageous on average to the Aspen individual versus the dollar put in, right? I mean, that's basically what we're talking about. Yeah, which I think is fair, and I think it's a problem that should be solved. And I think that the regional collaboration piece is perhaps the bucket that we can work that through. What I get a little bit concerned on is just how we bring that forward, the framing, as sort of Sarah talked about. So I agree we should bring it forward, but how is important, I think. And, we're really the captain of the team in the Valley, right? We're kind of the big dog, the first mover in terms of housing policy. And so I get concerned that if our approach is sort of, gun to the puppy do this or else, that we may create division that long-term is harmful, when I think we could have a conversation that could lead to that result with better long-term outcomes, is sort of how I'm thinking about it. And so I'm wondering, just about the framing of it.
Let's figure that out, because that's exactly where we are. Let's figure that out.
Yeah, but I
Okay,
think it's
so-
worth solving.
So, number one, is there support for the idea? I mean, the concept itself, then how are we gonna get there? And let's get to that conversation in just a second, because it sounds like, we would need a work session. I'm also wondering about how much of it relies on APSHA and their policymaking versus City of Aspen policymaking. So we'll get to that in 1 second. Let's just find out what Ward's talking about or thinking about here, and then we'll start talking about how we advance this conversation.
Yeah, Rachel, I think you bring up a very valid point. I think the focus on the strategic plan is on the supply side. How do we get more units, more bedrooms? And that's what the decision matrix is all about. I think what we're looking at is, the fact of the matter, as I understand it, is the City of Aspen does all the development, they put all the money in, they create the units, and then they hand it over to APSHA to administer. And I think that I think it's a question of the balance between APSHA, the City of Aspen, or a combination. Can the City of Aspen assign priorities for qualifying for housing, whether it's rental on an ongoing basis or for sales? And I understand, and it's also a balancing act between regionalism and Aspen-centric policy. And I understand and appreciate that Aspen supplies the funds. We go through 3 hours last night, another hour tonight, and many, many hours of planning for supplying workforce housing. And then other communities put a higher priority for somebody that works in Snowmass Village or somewhere else. So I think it's something worth, a discussion worth having, but I think it's separate from this discussion tonight. But I think we should have that discussion.
Thank you. Just to answer your question, APSHA currently handles a whole series of different deed restrictions because properties were developed at different times and for different reasons. So the North 40 is a different deed restriction in terms of its appreciation and who can buy it than Smuggler Mobile Home Park right there. And so, APSHA does the qualification and the resales according to what's allowed in the deed restriction. I personally don't think it would be a horrendous thing. And when you get to the rentals in Truscott, I mean, APSHA manages Truscott and our rentals on a contract basis. They don't own them. It is something that, making sure we're actually getting competitively the best service and prices and care for Truscott is something we should be looking at as well at some point in time. But I appreciate all that APSHA's done. I'm just trying to bring forward that these are probably the last 79 units, other than resales, that will be sold for the next 4 to 8 years in terms of what is being produced now, what anybody has the money for, what anybody has land banked. And I think that, again, it's a real concern to how do you explain to our community, and it's not our individuals, you said to any common person, it is to the businesses that are trying to serve the guests that are coming here, trying to make their rent and still find workers who can work at a reasonable rate. I will be the first to say that watching the $3 across the board for 4,000 different employees in the ski company portfolio is just the smallest indication about what's coming down the pike for the lack of workers in this valley. And I think we need to think seriously about that. That's all I'm putting on the table. Thank you.
Okay, so, and also part of this is what I'm hearing is, it's not necessarily the desire to exclude people from a housing program, it's to enhance what's going on in other places. That's the ultimate goal.
That's exactly
The ultimate
right.
goal here is not provincialism, the ultimate goal here is to get regionalism to be working in the best way. Because it's very obvious, if you, again, in the example that Rachel's using, if you have a worker that is employed and commuting down valley, but living up valley, chances are likely that is displacing somebody who's living down valley, who's commuting up valley.
Yeah.
So it compounds the issues that we try to, impact through our housing program. So I think there's agreement about the overall concept and the overall end game. So my question
Yeah.
back to you a little bit, and the question to the rest of you, as well as Sarah and Diane, is how do we get this conversation going? Because for me to do any kind of policy action in this area, I need some more information. I'd need some conversations among some of our existing partners, and then along with the solutions that are being brought to the table, to share those with our partners. So,
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is that the original proposal was for this to be a decision criteria that is scored. So I am trying to understand if a majority of you are there, or if the request is under the policy category to add an action item related to reviewing eligibility for city-developed units. And I think the latter is actually probably the most appropriate way for the council to handle it, if you're open to that. Do you have any additional thoughts, Diane, about adding it as a action item, as a policy consideration, rather than changing the matrix decision criteria?
I think A is better than B, right? It's better to add it as an action item, and I'm curious about, is it mature enough to become its own action item, or would you want to have a work session about it and get more information? Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I would be happy to have a work session first, and perhaps it doesn't belong in this work, but, some of these things are going to be ongoing for a very, very long time, and others are going to be kind of one or two items you can knock off, you can make the decisions about it and move forward. I only really want to point out that these will be the lowest cost purchase or rental units available in the valley, if they're category 2s and 3s. That's going to be the competition level to get those. And my trigger, and so a work session before then or after, is literally the question of, are these other entities going to start putting real resources into the problem? And so I would think about late August is when you finalize ballot language for November 22. That's going to be the best election for quite a while before 24. And if the county is not moving anything forward in 2022, we can count on no new revenues for another 2 years going forward to that. And then a year to start the collections. So, it's, Tori, you encapsulated it so perfectly. This is about getting movement towards participation in the problem. But if we're not seeing that participation, if we're not seeing it that, hey, it's all going to be fine, Aspen will take care of it all by itself, then I think we need to start taking care of ourselves all by ourselves. Thank you.
So, council, we will be bringing that conversation to you before August, because we'll need direction for the Burlingame units.
Yes.
So you can anticipate in second quarter at the latest, this conversation will be scheduled as it relates to BG3, at least as a pilot perhaps,
Well-
not a final decision for all deed restrictions even. So you
That's
have
correct.
a lot of options to consider that going forward.
Well, and given.
Anything else on this? Sorry,
Yeah,
go ahead.
just to be clear, from the work session memo last night that we didn't get to, Chris had wanted, the pricing and categories, but it was also so people could start signing up for a pre-qualification. And so we need to start talking about it before that activity could begin. I don't know if we want to ask where they're working and make a two-tiered priority list or something like that from the very beginning, but I think we'll need to get a handle on it. I'm just not letting $20 or $30 million go without thinking more carefully about it.
So,
Subsidy.
yeah, so for that work session, I think what I'll really want to talk about is really what are our tangible goals in here? Is it just reciprocity of policy? Is it pushing another district to adopt additional funding sources that can help the whole thing? Are there other asks that we're looking for in them, so we can kind of tease out those individual elements and just sort of figure that out? I think that'll be really important for me to consider. And I totally agree with the goal, and I think that how we choose to lead this community will matter, and I think we can accomplish both. the only thing I just want to say, just sort of for any public watching, you know, I don't want to scare people in that 79 units are really impactful. They're not the only units that will be available. They're just the only units available that the city is going to build and deliver in that time of that category. And so very much we're hoping through this plan, whether it's the credits program, policy changes, zoning, that other units will come online that we will not be delivering.
Right,
Yeah, that's all.
and we can't time them.
We cannot time them or guarantee them, but we can certainly set the table.
And then John and Ward, just support for the work session and continuing this conversation.
Yeah, I think it's a worthy topic for consideration. And I think BG3 is the item we did not get to last night. I had concern for in-project bidding as well. And I think for the items that you brought up, Rachel, I think it's important to get that discussion going sooner rather than later, because it might be late fall and these can start to be occupied.
Thank you
Great.
all.
I agree with Rachel as well. I think there needs to be equity among all the communities that our housing serves.
Thank you.
In council, we'll be having a conversation on the 22nd about some regional work that staff will be recommending you contribute to. Diane will be presenting that as an action item on your next regular meeting.
Great.
Awesome.
Thank you both.
And one last related point, the piece that Sarah just mentioned that will be coming back on the 22nd, that appears, discussion on that is on page 31 of the plan. There is a small paragraph at the end of that regional collaboration section that specifically references City Council's discussion about the importance and the support of Pitkin County considering a countywide tax to support affordable housing. Given that I can barely read that without glasses, I will make that font bigger and we'll make that a highlighted section in the plan.
All right, I appreciate that. I wanted to use this opportunity to also talk about some of the information that I saw in the Snowmass Village housing guidelines. Just wanted to make a mention to our APSHA representatives. They referenced their requirements as being 1,400 hours, and I believe it's done over a minimum of 8 months. I think our guidelines are slightly different than that, a 1,500-hour requirement. And I have been thinking about this for a while. I've brought it up a couple times, but I still want some APSHA consideration of looking at that requirement and maybe amending it.
To increase it or?
No, so we're at 1,500, they're at 1,400. I'm of the mind that ours should be at 1,400 or something of the like, and here's why. Not because I want people to work, well, I do want people to work less, but just because I find that some of our requirements don't actually fit how people work here. People put in a ton of hours, but they also disappear for weeks.
Yeah.
And I feel like some of our requirements are not matching up with some of the lifestyle and some of the job hours and seasonality of our community. So we'll bring that back, but I thought it was interesting to see that. I did not know that was part of Snowmass Village's requirements, so I just wanted to bring it up.
No, thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, it's current requirements are 1,500 hours, which comes out to 30 hours, 50 weeks a year, if that's what you were doing, or more weeks a year away at 40-hour weeks or 60-hour weeks.
Yeah.
I just did the math real quick. 1,400 hours divided by 52 weeks is 35 hours a week.
No,
I think it's
Can't be.
30
I
already.
think your smartphone is.
it's off.
While he's recalculating.
But-
At any rate.
Yeah, and
we'll take a
at
look.
any rate, we talk about that, but again, nobody works 52 weeks. Well, not nobody, but many people do not work 52 weeks out of a year. We don't want people to really work 52 weeks out of a year. So in that 50 week kind of guideline that you said has always been something. Anyway, I want to have more conversation
Okay.
about that, but
Tori,
that's not the most important.
Just so I don't want you to be sitting around 6 months from now being like, hey, why aren't we getting anything done on this? So all of those concerns that you brought in, We're discussed by the group on sort of setting our long-term work plan. And so that conversation about what is work and all those sub-bullets are in
Yeah.
there, but they're not this year. They're next year, this year. So I guess my question is, like, would you be asking us to see about moving that up? Because right now it's standards. Okay.
No.
I just want to make sure we're not like
No.
letting you down on timeline.
No, it's not the most present. The only request I would say is, would you add that to that conversation?
Sure.
You know,
Yeah.
but I appreciate that because I do recall now that you say that.
It is in there as a bullet for
Okay,
next year.
That
Yeah.
you've been working on that whole conversation
it
about
is.
what's defining work these
Yeah.
days. Okay, so thank you for that. All right, let's get back to this. We're talking about the decision matrix. Right now, we're just talking about those top 5 qualifiers: quantity of affordable housing units, proximity services, lower cost, more efficient, supports the AACP, and how quickly AF units can be realized.
It should be AH, that's a typo, thanks.
Affordable and fun units. Any additions here? Are these the 5 main factors that kind of could influence how you look at a project's desirability?
Well,
Skippy?
I don't know if this is necessary or not, but I just kind of wanted to talk about it out loud. So when I was looking through this, there were a few areas where I felt like the underlying assumptions were not correct that resulted in the numbers. And yet, the work plan that resulted, the timeline of when we get things done, I think is totally correct. So there's a discontinuity there. And so I'm just going to use a specific example to draw that out and then suggest what might be a fix, but it might be an unnecessary fix. So, for example, when I look at rank 12, development neutral program elements, and then I look at, say, Burlingame 3, right? I know Burlingame 3 is going to deliver 79 units and it scores a 4 on quantity. When I look at development neutral, I also know that a 0.2% tax on vacancy and a parity tax with commercial for STRs could deliver 1,600 units over that time, but yet it gets a 3. So that those numbers don't match the potential unit count. And so there's some underlying facts that aren't correct, but I recognize that's based on the fact that as a council, we haven't decided on what that policy is going to be and sort of what those factorials are. So if we're trying to clean this up, but truly represent the potentiality of a line, then perhaps the thing to do would be to have a 6th column, which is sort of current development. Like, how much do we understand this idea? Because on that, development neutral would be at a 1, because we're just starting this process, where the new development would clearly be at a 5 because the project's almost delivered. And so maybe that's a way to better capture for the public what something could deliver. Because if I was looking at this, I'd think like, oh, well, this development neutral thing has very little promise on quantity, when in fact it has an enormous promise on quantity, but yet unrealized and undecided on. So yeah, I'm just kind of talking through that out loud.
And Diane, I think maybe you and I were having a brief conversation about these 14 items as maybe being arranged in tiered priorities or things that are in process, as Skippy's talking about on this one. Maybe there's a different categorization. So I'll just leave that sitting out there as we continue to hear it, because maybe others don't feel the same way as that. Okay, Skippy, your suggestion at this time, because we're talking about the top line of qualifiers, is that you would perhaps include another 6th category, is what you just said.
Yeah.
But what I'm talking about is, what I'm hearing from you is that's in process. Burlingame 3 is in process,
Right.
right? So it's it also differs from development neutral, not just in our understanding or quantification ability,
Yeah.
quantifiability. So I'm wondering, are you really suggesting that you'd like that 6th category, or are you really saying that maybe that's apples and oranges?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to solve for is the community's understanding of this. Because I wouldn't change any of the actual work plan, right? I wouldn't go and say we should move up development neutral. I think the time frame we have is great on that. But if I was a community member looking at this, I would think that development neutral's potential for delivering units is 40% less than, 20% 20% less than Burlingame 3, but it's actually quite a bit higher. And so how do you clearly communicate that without messing up the rankings and moving it up when we don't need to? And so I just thought that was one potential.
So I think what I hear you saying is that there could be a potential for a category that's called, how well developed is the policy?
Yeah.
How ready to go is this? Excuse me. And I think as staff, we try to capture that in how quickly can they be realized.
Yeah.
And excuse me, sorry. I will say on development neutral, there's also 2 specific programs that we've pulled out of that category because they are well developed, right? So
Right.
Yeah.
you can see it.
You know, this may or may not help, but for me, I would at least group the same category of things together. So all the blues are together, all the reds are together, all the policy, and, because some of those, such as policy, or some of them are very much to a different department, like community development, versus others are to capital assets. And so for me to prioritize capital assets, because we got to get Burlingame, and then policy, and then this. But there's really kind of a categorization in terms of who are the lead agencies on it. And so by pushing them more, all 3 development neutrals in the same grouping, all the 3 new developments in the same grouping, all the others might eliminate a little of this. But then I can see something, and I'm going to get myself in trouble on this, but I know that like at CML and other places, when people propose policy legislation, they get a ranking of difficulty. How difficult is this going to be to achieve? How difficult is this going to be? And I don't know that we need that in this or not, but it might make more sense. Some of these things, again, could be relatively straightforward discussions. It happens. Other things will take years.
Yeah. I think
And,
that's-
and Rachel, I absolutely understand your grouping and the who's doing it. I think the thing that's different about this plan than maybe in the past is that, and we've heard from council, that you actually want us all working together.
Yes.
And so and that's what, for me, was amazing about this process, was when you have a Chris Everson talking to a Ben Anderson, they speak the same language and none of us can understand. It's awesome. And so the other piece is that the prioritization, right, these are all priorities. It's just ranking them because Pete Strecker is involved in everyone. Sarah Ott is, Scott Miller, myself, right? It's not just that we've got silos doing this, it's that we're bringing the whole of the city to the table.
And
Thanks.
I appreciate that. It's just that for me, it jumps around. I'm jumping around from new development to policy, new development to policy, and it's a little hard to say, and this is compliance. How do I prioritize all of those within? It just jumps around a lot. That's all I can say.
And
that-
thankfully, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
And the reason it jumps around is because of the weighting of the scores that you're going to discuss next.
Okay.
That says that we should be jumping around based on your priorities as recommended here. So while, what may be
So
helpful.
you're saying they started all grouped the same, and after staff had scored them,
You
that's
see
when
that
they
scoring
came
on the
out.
right side that says rank? So this is in the priority order of staff's attempt to read the tea leaves, if you will. And so I don't think you're going to operate just on one of the color areas at a time. I think as a council, you're going to be dynamic and in all of them and expecting stuff from staff in all of them. And why we've been a little less concerned about that and more focused on, should we spend more time on land banking for new development or more time on the policy work, right? This is where you're giving us direction on how to prioritize staff's time.
Sarah, to ask you, can I jump in with a question for Sarah? So if I'm looking at this matrix purely from the perspective of giving staff direction, no concerns about public perception and the rest of it, I'm still looking at it thinking that, a lot of this is happening concurrently, right? There's some policy items that are happening under the moratorium. The lumberyard came through yesterday. That's still a correct assumption, even though one might be ranked, 4 or 5 and one's 2.
Yes.
Okay.
to the limit of staff capacity or community partner capacity. So I don't want to, pretend that there's not others.
When we hit that threshold, we look at this to choose which one.
Well, we're going to say that, if you want it all, it's just all going to move slower.
Right.
Rather than choosing some things to really focus on for 2 or 3 years.
And Rachel, your point is a good one about categorization. We do have a page that shows, and the owners are really clear, and that's why we have staff owners on every one of those action items. They're clear that they own that, too.
Okay,
So
thank you.
your point is very much a good one, and thank you, Sarah, for clarifying.
Yeah.
This was staff ranking, and we expected council to change it.
Thank you.
Board?
Yeah, I think the matrices are fine, but I think they weight, and I think that the scoring matrix shows us they weight differently, and not all of those apply to all units. So location to source of services is really important for new development, but for retaining deed restrictions, it's not as important because it doesn't maybe even really apply to a unit that's already in existence. So that's why we'd have to rate some of them lower. And I was trying to figure out a way to weight these different 5 categories, but I guess what you're doing, you're weighing that with individual columns or rows. You've got, 12 rows or 20 rows so I can see that, but they don't all apply. I'm just kind of rambling here, thinking out loud.
Oh, you're dead on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That, in the fact that they are, I think Rachel was just missing that they had been ranked
Yeah.
and prioritized, so that they are all important. And Skippy, I have to say, I know that you're really strong in development neutral, but I think a lot of your, several of your premises are speculative.
100%.
And the number, like to have a vacancy tax would require an election, and it hasn't been accepted.
Yeah.
So the weighing that might be really high for you on potential, but not reality.
Well, I think that's right. I mean, I think that's exactly right, right? I mean, yeah.
To,
can
just
you-
for a moment, sorry.
Why don't you, for the benefit of the public, the press, everyone in the room, can you please explain how those weighted scores work? Because right now, I think the 5, 3, 4, 4, 5 is maybe a little hidden on
Yep.
how it's utilized.
Absolutely. And I want to address Councilmember Howenstein's comment. Proximity to services may be one you want to scratch, just for what he said, because it's going to affect some of the programs, especially when you're retaining units or buying a unit that exists. That doesn't matter so much. And it may end up skewing a score. And where you have already defined a geographic boundary of where you want housing to be, you may not need that. So that may be one that goes away.
Yeah.
And thanks, Sarah. How these are ranked, I'll tell you. My first round before staff we did a staff version of this. It took us an entire hour. I had a ranking of 1 to 5. The reason I had 1 to 5 is when you create breadth in a scale, then you create more differentiation, right? You want to see how these are different. What staff argued, and I think Chris Everson specifically, was that none of these are unimportant, so you can't call any of them 1. So we basically have a scale of 1 to 3. And why staff ranked quantity of affordable housing is because we heard council say, whether it's development neutral or development positive, we want units. Proximity to services, it's important, but not as important as quantity of units. So these are all relative to one another. Low cost matters. This council is always cost conscious, but not at the expense, right? The discussion you had last night, not at the expense of being able to get a bed into a room. Supports AACP, that's a fundamental grounding, and that actually ranked quite high from a staff perspective because of the strength of the council commitment to it. And then how quickly they can be realized, right? Those are two bookends. How quickly and how much. And we thought those were the strongest. So in addition tonight to possibly changing some of these, and so, for example, when you look at them, you can probably understand why, well, proximity to services, maybe you kill that one, and see how it changes the ranking. So the other thing, so in addition to looking at those elements of basically expressing your values around this, is having you look at the weight and see, do you want to change it to a score of 1 to 5, or do you want to change what those scores are? Thank you.
Diane, can I ask a do you?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, some of these things to me, like proximity to services, sound more like a screening for site selection. If you were going forward and that would be a totally different area. If anything, for me, proximity to services and transit are very important for site selection. And so would some of these other things, like how many units you could get there and how much does it cost. These things are not as, the only ones that quantity and quality, the support to AACP and how quickly they'll be realized would be about the only 4 I would leave in the matrix.
So you would scratch proximity.
Yeah. It's just me.
Okay, Skippy, take your comments.
I
and
just
then-
had a clarifying question. So, Diane, when you were, sorry,
Oh, go ahead.
I'll let you take your notes
I'm
first.
good, I know. I'm not.
So when you guys were putting this together, so there's sort of, in my reading, there's 2 components, right? There's the matrix, and then there's the actual work plan document that have like the 1-pagers on each one, and within that, there's some call-outs on anticipated timeline. Did those results come from this, or were they 2 independent processes?
It's a good question. The actions were developed based on the council discussion and on what staff knows they believe to be successful. And then we laid them out and then we scored them. Because we got to and said as staff, you always should prioritize, because if you don't have a focus, right? So for example, if council doesn't establish priorities, like let's say if you don't think that the number 1 ranked one was replace expiring deed restrictions, and that might need money. Lumberyard will need funding, right? So if those were prioritized super low, then maybe Pete Strecker, that isn't his initial focus.
I see. I guess my concern, so hearing that happened and then this happened, if we were to, kind of uniformly say like, yep, this is perfect, we would then expect all of those pages to be recalibrated to this and those dates and timelines to change?
I don't think so, right?
Okay.
Those are staff's reasonable expectations. So there is a lot of concurrency happening. It's more about energy, additional resources, and really focus from the city manager,
Right.
focus from me. And there is an advertisement online for a housing policy analyst and for that policy analyst.
Got it. Okay. I mean, I guess just like hearing that, when I read through all those pages, I feel like it's really well crafted. And so do I really want to spend a ton of time nitpicking what number goes where if at the end of the day the general work plan is the right one? Probably not.
Probably not.
Exactly where I was going to get to. So thank you, Skippy. I agree. I think that so much of this is really well done that getting down to this decision matrix doesn't feel to me to be as necessary for the success of the plan that's being developed here. What I mean by that is, I think what we've just talked about is that some of these criteria along the top may be subjective, but they should be, because each one of these is different and they require a different lens to evaluate. So my question would be, you said at the beginning of this that we have the opportunity to kind of take the matrix with us, do it as homework, turn it back in, and then we'll be graded on a curve. And maybe that's the thing that we should do, is just to give everybody a moment to take this away and come back with their either scoring or their preference for non-scoring or their prioritization, however, and then maybe we can put that into a form. And because what I just got from Skippy's statement, as well as the conversation before, was that, man, just having these 14 items listed for all of us to share and be on the same page, especially with the backup materials from the action pages, I feel good about where we're at. I don't know that we need to sharpen this knife more in this respect. So I just would put that to you, is that maybe you want to get our input on our homework assignment and then see if there's a different format that fits this.
A thought that will require clarification from staff. In the CAP, in our climate action plan, there's a kind of similar exercise that I remember running around the bottom of pages that talked about different policy interventions, and then it had different categories, but I don't remember it like necessarily ranking them in a number, but maybe one got like 3 CO2 clouds and one got 2. And it was like a way for the community to understand how much impact these things could have in different areas or how much difficulty, but it sort of didn't result in that thing. Am I remembering that correct?
Yes, but I would say this is fundamentally different purpose. This is you giving direction. This is you saying what's most important to address first as a council. This is a document we're going to ask you to come back and adopt and vote on.
Right.
So it will be directive to your staff.
Got it.
And so that's why it's important there be clarity around the importance of this tool. Whereas the climate action plan's adopted and it's a community-based look about what you could do or you could do or you could do, whomever those different people are. This is a lot of work that's within the council's purview, not necessarily the community's purview.
So I mean, I guess just hearing that and putting that pure lens on it, you know, I feel like the rest of the document lays out a path that looks really good, and this may offer more confusion than clarity.
Yeah, I think we're in a good place. Let's just start by saying we're in a good place.
Yeah.
This is already successful. We're refining this matrix. I'm open to your suggestion about doing homework, coming back and putting that together. Maybe you'll find some language in those responses that you're like, oh, I get, yep, this may be arranged like this, that, and the other.
So
Further comment?
Once we're really done with the matrix, I have a comment on the larger draft plan, but I don't want to do that yet.
Sarah?
So the second thing we need from the council is a decision about whether you'll set some type of goal for acquiring deed restrictions. So not necessarily, I'm not saying units, but deed restrictions. And the reason being is this development neutral model is not new units, it's acquiring deed restrictions in a lot of cases. So we don't need to set what the goal is today, but we need direction about whether the council wishes to set one within this plan. Thank you.
Can I chime in?
Diane, do you want to add to that?
That was
I'm
great.
just trying to move us along. Sorry, I'm kind of
Thank you.
taking some of your
My watch
your
went
wind.
off, so thank you.
I think we do need to, at some point, set a goal. I don't think we have enough information yet to do that. We're going to be looking at inputs to figure out sort of the calculation, right? And so I think we need more background on how has vacancy tax or fee worked in other communities? How has STR taxes worked in other communities? Because ultimately, we're going to probably have to go to the voters, right? And so we got to think about, well, what is a realistic fee or fine that would be acceptable to the community, fair to a homeowner, and balance that with what the sort of negative space in our housing need is. So I do think we need a goal, but I think we need a lot more information before we get there. Otherwise, we're just picking something out of thin air. I don't think that's a good approach.
Are you talking about the top item that is deed restrictions and
No, overall, does the council have a certain number of deed restrictions you want to require within the 5 years that this plan exists? Do you want to make that commitment to the community?
New units, you're talking how many new units, the new
It could
unit
be new
goal?
units, it could be free market you bought down
Right,
with your
but new
150
units that have
funds.
become,
So I just, new
restricted.
units can get connotated as new construction, so I want to avoid
Right.
that issue. So that's what I am asking you, and I would just suggest, Councilmember Mesereau, that to base it on a tax is actually probably, I would encourage you to look at it first as what's your goal, and then there's strategies to get to that goal, rather than saying,
it.
because then you've defined the goal as the tax,
Right.
rather than the acquisition of the deed restriction.
I think that's fair and smart. And I guess looking at it from that perspective, I would say, sort of personally, right, the best estimate based on the original 60% goal is, 3,000 units by 2040, right? And I think there's reason to interrogate and change that number. But then I would look at, okay, well, what are the other things that we can really do and predict here? So how many does the lumberyard chunk off? What are the 502 from expiring deed restrictions? What do we expect to get out of the GMQS? I think we talked about we've lost 35 units over the last couple years, so you multiply. And then I'd say it's the remainder, right? I mean, if we're really trying to solve the problem, the answer we're hoping to get to is the remainder, and we may or may not get there.
Can we add this to our homework?
Absolutely, you can. Tonight, the question is, do you want to look at it? It's not, what is it? Right? So I'm not looking for you to set a number tonight.
Right.
We need clarity about whether, because behind the scenes at the staff
I think
level.
it's good to look at it, but I think we all want to get, at least I want to get more holistic information about picking that number. Do you want us to pick what we think is doable, what the town will need overall? It has to put some context around that, but yes.
I would argue, what is your contribution as city council to the needs?
Okay, so
That-
if
I
I
would
think about
encourage you to do
15
that.
months and these guys think about 36 months, we're going to come up with different answers based on that.
Yeah, but it will give you, it's a 5-year plan. What is going to be the city's, because I've heard this over and over, others need to contribute. What will be the city council's contribution to that community need? What should that goal be?
For that 5-year, and that'll be in our
For the
homework?
period of this plan.
Okay, I'll do homework on that, and I'll put together some methodology we can share.
And can you send us the amount of resources that we currently have projected for the RET and the?
Yeah, absolutely. We can send you the 150 fund long-range plan. We'll send the 5-year, not the 10,
Where the
though.
subsidies are coming in at for our current projects? I mean,
What
for me,
our
my number is
subsidy
what we
is,
can
like,
afford.
we could probably give you anecdotally, like, what we think the final subsidy is going to be on BG3 units.
Yeah.
As a
including
benchmark.
20 years ago.
I like where this conversation is going, because looking at it through 5 different lenses would be a great conversation. As you just said, you may be attacking it from like, okay, let me do the math on what I think we can get, whereas Skippy might be doing his from a needs-based or an analysis-based kind of, and I think bringing those different lenses to this would be a good conversation. So let's add that to our homework for some deeper thought from each before we get back together on that. Ward.
Yeah, I'm looking at this, Skip, you have a number of 501. Cindy Christensen gave me expiring deed restrictions that add up to about 494. And those range in when those restrictions are up.
Yeah.
Quite a bit, but I think that we know in 5 years that we're going to have hopefully phase 1 of lumberyard, which is approximately 125. I'm thinking building 1 is what phase 1 is going to be. I don't know that for certain, but if we assume that building 1 is phase 1, that's 125. In the next 5 years, if we can put Centennial rentals to bed, that's another 128. And 79 is for BG3 coming online. So that kind of gives us a base. And if we start looking at the when these deed restrictions expire and how we can turn those into permanent deed restrictions, then that'll help us come up on a number.
Yeah, and Ward, I think we'll expect to keep seeing that number of current ones drop, if slowly as they have, because when people sell, there's a new deed restriction, and hopefully with our new deed restriction offer for homeowners who have been around a long time, some will opt in for the advantage that they get in terms of capital reserves, upgrades, et cetera. That's our hope. We'll see if it happens.
And I think I saw in the work session somewhere soon that we have an update on expiring deed restrictions.
Diane, is there anything else you need tonight? Can you recap the direction you received?
Yes, thanks. And specifically to the point that Ward just made and you watched happen, and I'll send you this when we send you an email that has both the matrix and the goal direction, is show your math, right? That was a wonderful description of here's where I expect these units to come from. So if you have those, and that's a great addition. Thank you. So what we'll be doing First and foremost, sending goals, is everyone okay with Excel?
Yeah.
We'll send you it in Excel, and you can play with it, and feel free to contact me if you need any help with it. It's got a couple formulas, but it's pretty straightforward, independent spreadsheet. Task 2 is to look at adding a goal. And the question I have is about adoption. So I've got some edits to make, and do we want to wait for goal to adopt?
Yeah, we're going to need one more work session.
Okay. Great, so we'll do that. So I'll come back then, we'll do a short piece on the matrix, but look at not, unless it's radically different, and there's something I think that's important that we need to talk, that you all need to talk about that comes out of that. We'll look at that as not a ginormous task, and then we'll discuss the goals, and then at a following meeting, we'll bring it back for adoption.
Okay,
Sounds like a sketch plan. I like it.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Just one last thing, and I'm sorry, but you never know when you can get into the agenda on these things. But after our housing draft review meeting, I thought about it a lot, and it struck me that there really was a missing element from that plan. And I sent an email to Sarah, Diane, and Matthew, and relatively short, so I'm going to try and read it, make it simple, but and it's hard to read during these masks, I'm really sorry. The one thing that struck me after the meeting last night, an element or acknowledgement that I find missing, and something that has been talked about many times before and was talked about at the retreat, is the question of the many older units and the potential that at some point, at some level, public money is going to be needed to address some repair and maintenance issues of older housing units. We've all acknowledged, and I was thinking of the APSHA board when I say this, but we've all acknowledged that in some cases we are selling folks homes that cost far more to construct than the amount we are selling it to them for, and that many of our housing units were conversion units of older, cheaply built rental units that are now running to the end of their useful life. That by example, we know that the revenue from our income-capped rental units has been insufficient to maintain those rental units without large infusions of public cash for capital, and that many of our buyers of our older units over the past 10 years did not get into units with a seller standards or buyer's guarantee type of program in place. We know that while folks have some non-compounding appreciation of their sales units' values to try to tap for improvements to their home that can vary from 0% appreciation to a max of 3% appreciation a year, the cost of borrowing money for those repairs will be more than 3% if the owners can qualify for the loan, and that the cost of replacement appliances, materials, construction, labor go up far more than 3% a year, and those numbers do compound. Additionally, we know that many of our units are already bouncing into the top of their category, and that more of our units are in the higher categories to begin with. Yet our workforce clearly demands are for more of the lower category units. Keeping the current ones affordable to category 3 and below, and figuring out how owners of units that cost more to build than the income those buyers are allowed to have, that they could possibly afford, and then expecting them to afford all of the upkeep is pretty much what has gotten us where we are today. Overall, just as we are acknowledging at the city that policy alone won't solve the housing crisis, and public money will be needed to construct new units, and maybe even more to create a move-to place for right-sizing, we need to acknowledge that policy alone will not keep all of our ownership units in good repair within the construct we have created of deliberate limited incomes, limited appreciation, and purchase of units that cost more than they could have afforded on the free market. Please think through this, and we'll see what we can add to the draft. But my feeling is, of all the things we covered in the draft, we just simply didn't acknowledge that there may be a need for future money for those sort of programs. I'm not saying what it has to be or when, but just as we acknowledge we need money for land banking, I think we need to acknowledge that there may be a need and a time and a place for public dollars. Thank you.
If I quick comment on it, it was a really well-developed concept. And yesterday, Matthew Gillen, Cindy Christensen, Bethany Spitz, and I sat down and we talked through it, and we will bring that forward to the APSHA board. And what I'd suggest is that in the action item that's titled APSHA Policy Actions to Improve the Sustainability of APSHA Deed Restricted Housing, that we actually go ahead and add language at the bottom of that. It's on page 28 of the plan, that we add language that said something like explore the potential for an appreciation bank that may require public money. And why I'm suggesting that we can add it here, even though you haven't talked to APSHA about it, is that this is the City of Aspen's plan.
Yeah.
So, right, so you're putting forth as a council, this may be something. So I guess the question is council supportive of adding that as a
Yeah.
potential item?
And if I could clarify, Diane is now going a step further to a thought idea that I put out about how to create an appreciation bank. I'm certainly not asking for approval of any given plan. I think there's other ways to approach it. I just think it's more the broader concept that this document is an action plan, but it makes it sound like, everything with housing that exists already is going to be fixed with policy. And I just want acknowledgement that that's probably not the case when we look at
Okay.
Ajax Avenue or other areas. So it is more just something I don't want to see buried so far below that a future board, who is not us, doesn't say, but the action plan doesn't say we can spend money just to fix older units. It's like, yeah, it may be required. It's the last thing I want to do, but let's be real. You can't keep running that junk car forever, even if you replace the engine. Yeah.
So I'd suggest, because the other 4 council members are just hearing some of this for the first time, that this is a concept to be brought back when we come back again with the plan. It's doesn't have any maturation from staff's analysis or anything to support you in your policy conversation tonight.
Yeah, and I agree with that fully, Sarah, but I do want to say I've pointed this problem out repeatedly, and I did at our retreat as well, and it just didn't make it into the draft.
Right, and so we'll be looking for 3 of you to support that for it to be able to be in the draft. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm not speaking up to force anyone's decision tonight, but I'll say I've had individual conversations with definitely Ward about this issue and Tori about this issue, and I don't remember if we have or not, but I know it's something that's been talked about for a long time, and I strongly support moving this forward in some way. I'm not familiar with the appreciation bank, so don't take this comment as I think that's a bad idea, because I just don't know if that turns $1 into 6. But I think long-term, this is a massive structural problem.
Yeah.
And the free market cost of any work is going to absolutely skyrocket when the only free market homeowners are billionaires, and we are on the way there. So, really long-term to solve this, we have a massive work with 3,000 plus units. We're going to have some in-house team that will allow us to control some of these prices. So I think, working towards
A lot
that.
of ways.
Yeah, working towards that with APSHA and starting now with the goal of having something like that in place in 5 years that's really functioning is super important.
Another facet of it. Ward?
Yeah, I'm struggling to see where APSHA and where the city of Aspen's responsibilities in the housing programs trade off. I'm wondering if these are APSHA guidelines that need to be changed, or if it's something the city of Aspen can do. I see the strategic plan as creating new housing units, and Rachel's brought up a couple of things that are qualifications and how those transfer, but need to suss that out and decide if it's something that we have control over here at this table, or if it's something that has to, for the program-wide, should be handled as an APSHA policy. So that relationship between the city of Aspen and APSHA in these regards is a subject that I need to explore further.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Diane.
Thank you.
You have your
Diane.
homework to give us homework. All right. Let's move on to item 2. I think we are talking safety and mobility in the downtown core.
So you will present through WebEx, just as a friendly reminder.
Be back in a second.
Super close.
Presenting remote, and Pete will be running the presentation.
Thank you for that micro dance party. I enjoyed it.
In your rave.
I need to loosen up.
Starting to like that song.
Yeah, me too.
Catchy. Nice backbeat.
Mr. Mayor, would you like us to start or wait for Councilmember?
Oh, we'll go ahead and
Richards'
start.
return?
Thanks.
My name is Trish Aragon, I'm the city engineer, and our first topic tonight is safety and mobility in the downtown core. This is a interdepartmental effort on this project with PJ Murray as the project manager, who will be presenting remotely. PJ Rice, Pete Rice.
Close enough.
Division manager. Mike Horvath, who is also remote, myself, Lake Fitch, managing operations manager, Lynn Romba, who's here in the room, our transportation manager, and Denise White, who is also here in the room, our director of communications. With that, I'll kick it off to PJ to start the presentation.
So
Mr. Mayor, we are unable to hear on WebEx, so the mic may be off.
Yeah, is the green
Okay,
light
good.
at
Thank
the
you,
base of your microphone on? Thank you.
Is that the voice of God?
And those are, yep. All right. Just for your information, yes, the microphone wasn't on, but it was just an introduction of the team that has been participating in the planning. And we're just actually getting into presentation now.
take it away, PJ. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry about that. So tonight, staff is here with an update for council on the safety and mobility in the downtown core project. And it includes a brief history of the project, a summary of the community outreach, and final recommendations for the project. So looking at this slide, we're all familiar with this view, and we've actually looked at this slide a few times over about the last year as this project has developed. Just as a reminder, the existing cross-section on Galena Street is 70% dedicated to vehicles, 30% to pedestrians. And so that means that our right-of-way is dedicated primarily to vehicles. And this cross-section is represented in most of the core streets. Staff and council have received feedback from the community that the core feels unsafe to navigate as a pedestrian, as a cyclist, and as a driver. And this posed the question of how can safety be improved in the core? Council directed staff to explore how we could answer this question. And the approach staff took was to look into how right-of-way space could be allocated differently to increase safety for the traveling public, and what safety measures could be implemented to facilitate safer interactions. This safety and mobility in the downtown core project has three main goals. The first one is to increase safety for all users. The second goal is to improve mobility and connectivity in the core. And the third goal is to balance the roadway by providing equitable right-of-way space for transit, shared options, shared mobility options, alternative modes of transportation, and the use of single occupancy vehicles. A little over a year ago, in early February 2021, staff presented this map to council of the corridors in the core where safety could be improved based on recommendations from previous master plans and studies. During that work session, council directed staff to develop a holistic plan for incrementally improving safety in the core. And that led to staff narrowing down the project area. And to achieve the project goals, staff is recommending a living lab in the Galena corridor, which is shown in this slide. And this is where improvements could be temporarily implemented and tested so that staff can gather feedback so that the measures can be tested to see if they're successful. Any modifications that are necessary can be made all before permanent installation of improvements are completed. I want to touch on a few key policies from the Aspen Area Community Plan that support modifying the right-of-way space allocation for each user type. And these policies show that modifications to the right-of-way are in alignment with the community's values. So the first policy is related to transportation and bike and pedestrian infrastructure. And that is to explore adding bike lanes to existing rights-of-way. The second policy is regarding parking, and it is to explore converting on-street parking spaces for other transit options, such as bike lanes and bike parking. And the third policy to highlight is regarding environmental stewardship and greenhouse gases, which is to explore the potential benefits of adding bike lanes to existing rights-of-way, including looking into opportunities of eliminating some street parking and replacing it with bike lanes. So I'll pass it off to Pete. He's going to talk about the community outreach we've completed since we last presented to council in August 2021.
Okay, I think my microphone is live for everybody. So we want to reassure that the outreach efforts are going to continue through this entire process as this project keeps progressing. You can see the multi-pronged approach here that we have laid out, and I won't go into detail about all of it. But you can see the members, the direct impacts. All of these groups will continue even prior to any kind of implementation of a living lab through the implementation or through the living lab, and then after we'll assess it with everybody and meet back with you. It's important to know that, you know, Denise and PJ did a great job with the outreach as far as the survey. It reached 452 people, and 382 of them are Aspen residents. 81 business owners, and you know there's 74 commuters, and everybody was very cordial in this process, and we'll continue to work with them as this continues. So we're going to have a lot of outreach topics that we hit today, but we wanted to pull out some key components that we thought were important for you. Throughout the survey, we asked respondents to select safety measures that they support being tested to gain an understanding of how the community feels improvements could be made. The report is in the appendix and details, but a couple of the key safety measures that were popular were the curb extensions, which isn't surprising because it allows, people are now understanding that having those curb extensions give better visual identification between vehicles, pedestrians, and bikers. And the Living Lab experiment last year was successful as far as the statistics that was at Spring and Cooper in front of City Market. And so we are going forward with that as a consent item for construction this year. The other ones that were right below that were dedicated bike lanes. There's a different range of ideas for bike lanes, but there's a common understanding in the community, including the businesses, that bikes are a larger part of the transit system in Aspen. And I think most of you would realize this when the sidewalk widths were definitely one that people hit. If you walk through town with skis, you know, down through the core, you got to wait for somebody to come through a lot of times. And so this can be improved a great deal with this project. Focusing on the parking mitigation measures, you can see the three listed. Trish is going to get into all kinds of details for the parking mitigation and the reallocation of spaces that are proposed with this project. You can see the number one, which was widely popular, was to limit the construction parking. And then the rest, Trish will kind of dive into piece by piece. And looking at the transit options, I have them listed here, but again, there is one that jumped right out, and that was the downtowner service. People really enjoy the downtowner service. A lot of the comments that we did receive from the public almost wanted it extended. They're like, well, you know, I can't get the downtowner from my house. We had a lot of comments. If you read through a lot of the reports that we sent there, you'll see there's a lot of comments. And now I think it's best for Trish to dive into the specifics.
Actually, Pete, I'm going to dive into the specifics of the Living Lab first. So again, there's three main goals of this project. And the first one is to increase safety by providing safe, dedicated space. And this is achieved by temporary physical modifications to the roadway. And the table on this slide shows safety measures that are proposed and the physical modification associated with that. These measures are supported by the community based on the slide Pete was just speaking about, and also from the master plans that we've had done in the past, such as the pedestrian and bicycle master plan, the DEP, and the Aspen area community plan. So on the left, if we just walk down this table here, we have the safety measures. The first one is improved sight lines, and that is achieved with curb extensions at intersections, converting head-end parking to parallel parking, and installing a four-way stop sign at the intersection of Hopkins Avenue and Galena Street near the Armory.
And why is,
Quick question.
yeah, why is the stop sign important there? You're going into a one-way, going down Galena. I wanted to understand the why.
There has been, previously we've received feedback about that particular intersection, about the confusion on who goes, when it goes. And also, Hopkins is an extension of our PED bikeway, even though the PED bikeway isn't in that location. So we did have a stop sign warrant performed at that intersection, and it was warranted for a stop sign because of the amount of traffic in that intersection. It's a balanced intersection with traffic, so it's not, it is warranted for a stop sign.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering, I can see that it's already a two-way stop, you're making it a four-way stop, but my concern would be, will traffic potentially back up towards Highway 82? When people are trying to turn off 82 and there's already 2 or 3 cars coming out of Locals Corner, and there's 2 or 3 cars waiting with pedestrians that keep crossing slowly one after each other. You know, that's all. I was wondering about backing traffic up to 82.
And that was a consideration when the analysis was done, and we believe that that will not be the case, that there will be enough queuing space for vehicles when we add that stop sign.
I'll go with it, but I've seen it almost that way with just people waiting for someone to pull out of a parking space in front of the beer garden, and you end up with 4 or 5 cars just there, and then the light turns green for people to turn in.
And part of it is because the entry to the gas station on the corner, if that gets blocked, that's where people are going. Now they can't get where they're going. So yeah, it compounds itself.
We'll have to keep an eye out. I mean, we can
I was
try
going
it,
to say, the good news is that it's a stop sign. So
And it's the only gas station in town, so it's now twice as crowded as it used to be.
Yeah, and then there's a thrift shop.
And it's the only second place that sells lottery tickets.
thanks, PJ.
I didn't know that.
Absolutely. One thing to note too, that because this is a living lab, it's an opportunity to test all of these improvements and gather feedback on these modifications. So the second safety measure is increased mobility and connectivity, and this is achieved with a protected counterflow bikeway and again, shortened crosswalks. So some of these measures are achieving multiple safety improvements. The third measure is safe dedicated space for all users. And that is achieved with the protected counterflow bikeway formalizing the shared roadway for cyclists and vehicles, maintaining vehicular access down this roadway, the curb extensions at intersections, and converting head-in parking to parallel parking. The fourth measure is to minimize the potential for unpredictable interactions, and this is achieved with the protected counterflow bikeway and the removal of the left turn from Galena Street to Hyman Avenue near U Mountaineer. So now we'll look at photo simulations of what the lab will look like in person. And we'll move left to right on this slide here. So first, you can see the counterflow bikeway. And on this slide, the protection mechanism is the flex post, so those white bollards. That's similar to what was used for the City Market Living Lab. You can see that the head-in parking has been converted to parallel parking. The one-way shared roadway has a sharrow painted on it that will signify the shared roadway space. If you look in towards the intersection, towards the center of the slide, you'll see curb extensions painted on with that bright yellow line. So that's similar to the City Market Living Lab, is how the intersections will look. If you can remember back to that first slide we looked at of what Galena looks like currently, it's 70% dedicated to vehicles, 30% to pedestrians. So the space allocation bar at the top of this slide has shifted. We now have 15% of space allocated to cyclists, 30% to pedestrians, that stays the same. And the vehicle space is dedicated at 55%.
What is the anticipated width of the counterflow bikeway?
I believe it is 6 feet. 6 to 8 feet.
I have a question about that, since Tori brought up the counterflow. In that it relates to 4th Street, that is from Main Street towards Gillespie, I think, that went in last year or the year before. I'm wondering how effective that's been, if there have been conflicts between peds and bicyclists. And what I'm getting at is if we could have a separated bike flow both directions on the, if we're looking at Galena here, on the east side of Galena. And if there's enough room, if conditions could be met, that we could have parallel parking on the east side, angle on the
West side.
on the west side, because the biggest complaint is loss of parking. And I understand how in this picture, the bicyclist, if there was angle parking, somebody backs out. And I think in one of your original pictures months ago, there was just that situation. So if it's possible to have both directions of the bicycle separated bike path adjacent to each other or sharing the same space.
And retain angle parking on the west side?
That would be the reason to do it that way, yes.
I'm pretty sure that's one of the choices in our presentation. There's 3, and 1 is recommended.
I didn't see that.
I'm happy to respond. I don't know if Trish or Pete was going to.
Who wants to? You want to?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, PJ.
Okay, so we looked at a few other concepts for this living lab, and that was part of an info memo that was submitted in November 2021. One of the concepts did have a protected bikeway that had bicycle traffic in both directions. A reason that was not recommended by staff as the living lab is because of the interactions that start to occur at the intersections. When you have bicycle traffic in a protected bikeway, what you would need to have go on in the intersection started to get complicated. And so that was not the preferred recommended option by staff.
I can imagine that.
Okay, we'll come back to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, of course. So now we'll look at the living lab on Cooper Avenue. The same space allocation carries over from Galena here. The only thing that has changed that I would just want to point out is that the protection mechanism for the counterflow bikeway has changed. So on Galena, we were showing the flex posts, and here is rubber curbing as the protection mechanism. Staff would recommend alternating these, so a combination of the two, but we will be asking for direction on the aesthetics later on in the presentation. So just noting the difference. And the final component to the physical modifications is the turning motion modification at the intersection of Galena and Hyman. This simplifies the intersection and removes potential for conflict. So you can just see that on Galena, you will only be able to travel south. Hyman then can become a one-way street, traveling east to west from Vector Bank to Ute Mountaineer.
PJ, can you just keep it on that slide for one more second, please? So council members, I just wanted you to take a look at this. This has the angle parking maintained on the west side of Galena. And I want to reference that again later, so I just wanted to make sure that you take a look at that and see that.
And this also shows the south, a bicycle lane
It
south
does.
with traffic instead of joined with the other separated bikeway.
You know, just a comment on Galena. This is simply with angle, if that happened, is returning to the old parking pattern that was there before it became angle on both sides, which I think Don Shealy and CCLC came up with to get more parking in town. I think the board's heard me say, I understand more parking, but it really distracts from the historic character and what that looks like in there. And the only real width you would be getting back on that street to do anything with is the one traffic lane that was eliminated by becoming a one-way on Galena. And so if you think about one traffic lane being divided into either two bike lanes or one bike lane with bikes in traffic, you know, what I'm not seeing is how do you really widen the sidewalks, you know, with angle parking. And I was thinking it might be a good stat if you could give us of how deep does an angle parking have to be now compared to a parallel parking? How much of the roadway does it take up? Because I've seen those Super Duty trucks out there, and you get two of them on either side, and there's barely one traffic lane to go through them. So that's the only thing I would say about the angle parking is how far out into the one lane that has really been created by making that a one-way for bike or pedestrians, if you stick with the angle.
Yep, Skippy?
I just have questions. I don't know if I'm asking the TV or you guys. But in terms of this sort of multi-pronged bike approach with directionality and one being isolated and the other in traffic, I mean, I guess, are there other similar communities that do this? And do people respect that? Have we observed that? My observation of biking dynamics is sort of the primary mindset is 100% of the road is ours, regardless. And so I just worry about bikers going both way, both in traffic and in the side, and it being a mess. So I just want to know that that really works elsewhere.
And I think that there's a similar type of situation on Castle Creek Road up to the music turnoff, where it's separated ped and bicycle, but the bicycles are going both ways. So if you have comments on that, that would be a similar situation if we had both of the bike ways on the same side of the road. 4th Street and then that section between like the hospital and where it turns off to the music school.
Thanks, PJ.
Do you,
Do you want us to answer, or do you want us
Yeah.
to continue?
Yeah, I want to answer.
So as far as the contra bike lane, we have the contra bike lane on Mill Street in Hyman. We have a contra bike lane on Juan Street also. As far as data on, how many bikes respect the contra lane as opposed to going in traffic, I don't have that number.
There has been studies nationally, and Denver did their own study. If you build I don't need to get into specifics. If you build a lane for a biker, they use it. They don't want to be going against traffic. And that's the behavioral study that most of those indicate. That's why we're showing this as it is.
That makes observational sense to me. If you have an opportunity to not be in traffic, you'll take it. But this is different than that. This is saying it's both in traffic and out of traffic. And I'm just wondering if you're going to end up with bikers going, it's intended as a one-way for bikes, but are they all going to end up riding both ways in that small corridor?
See what you're asking more about the interaction between bikers. I think it goes back and forth on Sharrows, but typically when you're in traffic, you're okay as a biker.
Going the direction of
Going the
traffic.
direction with traffic, you're okay as long as you have the signage indicating you stay over here. In this case, it would be more of a challenge for them to cross the street, go get into that bike lane. We can watch for that. Statistically, there probably isn't a lot of studies that show that. That's more, that's the engineering effect. We got to make sure that there's proper indications that bikers should be going where they are.
Okay. Bikers aren't that attentive to engineering.
What's that?
I'm just, stop signs, stop lights, sidewalks. I mean, many bikers are not very attentive to very
Well, a lot
hard
of bikers,
engineering.
yeah, they don't have room, right? Like
Right.
the roads are meant, they've been
Right.
designed for vehicle-centric pieces. And so bikers have learned over the years to figure out how they're going to get through quickly.
Right.
We do have the Contron Mill. I'm sure you've seen it being used, and anecdotally, I haven't seen it being used in the
Like
way
the
that
one by
you're
the Wheeler, is
mentioning.
that what you're
Yeah.
talking about?
People,
Yeah.
people seem to respect that contra lane and seem to use it and like it.
Yeah, it's just a one-way again.
Somewhat. It's only painted, it's only striped, it's not separated with anything, like even these.
There's a difference.
So what you see is like they'll start in it, but then they'll just meander to the middle of the road. And I'm not saying that in a bad way, like, yeah, they would stay in it if they felt they needed to. They just don't feel that they really need to in that stretch. The other thing is that it's on the west side of the road, and a lot of the traffic there is not following it around the Wheeler. A lot of the bike traffic is going into the mall at that point. So you just get them drifting across. What I'd add to that conversation is what I noticed more than anything is the amount of pedestrians that are utilizing the bike lane or even utilizing the road. That street has really become pedestrian friendly to the point that it's funny, people actually walk there almost with an attitude of, hey, I'm walking here, and it's pretty interesting. It's pedestrian by nature, and they're taking it over slowly. John, comments there?
Yeah, I just wanted to throw out that fact that I've seen these 4 different examples in the West End, the music school bike lane, Galena Street, and by the Wheeler. And I agree with what's been said. I think the average biker is going to try to keep himself safe and use these lanes provided. But then there's the other people who will just do whatever they want. And then there's the other subgroup, which are the tourists who come and hop on an e-bike. And that's when it's going to be the worst, is in the summer. So I think we're headed in the right direction. We're doing our best to preserve the bikers, but ultimately it's up to them to preserve themselves.
All right. Let's keep going.
Go ahead, PJ.
It's me.
Never mind.
All right, so now we're going to get into more outreach. I do want to start this with one that we're not showing here, but 79% of the people that responded to the survey indicated that they had been involved in some poor interactions within this corridor. If you look through the packet, there is example after example of everything that goes on in that core. So we won't belabor that, but that is an important piece of this whole thing, is people are feeling it. So the community understands this. So that leads us to this poll question. People are in favor of this right now. The community sees the need, and they want some measures to be taken. Now, the community and the business owners are not aligned.
Yeah.
The business community strongest concern is about the reallocation of parking spaces. We all know this. And Trish will discuss in detail about what that means as far as this project. We're trying to react to their concerns about this parking and how this availability concept comes into play. And so with that, I'll leave it for you now, Trish. Maybe I got it right this time.
And if I'm not speaking loud enough, I'm still getting used to the mask and presenting. As we begin to think about the transformation of Galena and Cooper, as we said, parking will be part of that transformation. Now, as PJ previously mentioned, this is in line with the Aspen Area Community Plan, where it specifically states, explore converting on-street parking for other options such as bike lanes. It's important to keep in mind that while spaces on these streets will be reconfigured to accommodate bike lanes, we are not going to affect parking availability. Now, that's the key metric. It's not how many spaces are, but what the availability is. Now, as you drive into town, if you choose to drive your vehicle instead of taking the downtowner, the Galena Street shuttle, biking or walking, if you drive and you want to park in the core, you don't care that there's 20 spaces or 19 spaces. What you care about is there parking available for you? Is there that parking availability? And that's what this plan achieves. It's what we're doing is we're gonna measure the percent of parking spaces used. So what this graph represents is if we're able to achieve this 85% availability, so that means if you're below 85%, below that red line, that means there's more parking spaces available. If you're above that red line, that means there's less spaces available. And what that 85% equates to, or the 15% availability, is basically approximately 1 spot per block. So what we're trying to achieve is at least 1 spot per block. Now, the reason why we're come up with why this 85% is used is you want your downtown core. You don't want it to be all empty parking spaces, and you don't want it to be all full parking spaces. You want it to have this balance. So what we found is that if we're able to achieve that 85%, people are able to park if they choose to park in town, if we're able to achieve that 85%. Now, looking at this graph, we've compared 21 to 19 and the availability rates. So as that graph, the green and blue lines, green is 2019, blue is 21, and that's the rate. And as you can see, it peaks in the summer during 4th of July. That's where we go above the 85%, and it also peaks in the winter during the winter holidays. What's interesting about this graph is when we look at the number of days that we've exceeded that 85% threshold. So in 2019, we exceeded it 44 times, and in 21, we exceeded it 20 times. So our parking availability improved in 2021. Now, if you remember, we had about 30 spaces that we activated in the core in 21, and we still had availability even though we had those activations. What this tells me is that there is opportunity here to utilize parking spaces for this project, so that or for whatever council wants to use them for. I think we still have that availability. That's the point of this. So even with that availability, so let's go to the next slide. We're still going to provide additional spaces to ensure that we have that availability. So this is 47 additional parking spaces around the core, around the perimeter here. We have at Francis Whitaker, Limelight, the Mountain Chalet, various areas where we're going to convert from residential parking to core parking to ensure that we have that availability. But I would argue that we already have that availability right now, that capacity. Next slide. In addition to adding those or converting those spaces into core parking, we have a two-stage mitigation plan for parking to ensure this availability. So the first stage is outlined here. And I won't go through all of these items. I do want to talk about construction parking though. So right now, construction parking is required to implement traffic demand measures. So that's about the amount of traffic that a site is generated or is generated. And what we do is we implement traffic demand measures for these sites. For every site's required to do it. For a major site, you're required to do 3 measures, a minimum of 3 measures. So that's providing a van pool, providing carpooling, buying out parking. So you're going to pay your staff to not park or to not use their car. And they're required right now to do those 3 measures to decrease the amount of parking impacts that they have around their sites. What we're proposing for this lab, for this summer only, and only during the core, is so that we can ensure that we have the spaces available and that these sites are minimizing their impact in the lab area as much as possible. We're going to say, if you're a major site and you have an encroachment, you are not allowed to park as an employee of that site in the core. So you have your encroachment, and we're allowed the encroachment, which gives you parking spaces, but we're not going to let you park in the core. Go ahead, Ward.
We're talking about a 3-block area, 2 on Galena, 1 on Cooper. Is the Bidwell building the only construction site in that 3-block area that will be have construction parking next summer?
And Crystal Palace.
But that's not in this 3 blocks.
It's still considered in the core. So we're gonna say in the core area during the lab duration. If you have an encroachment, which you've already taken up spaces for your encroachment, we're not gonna allow additional parking spaces for those sites.
The answer is yes.
For
Yeah,
sure.
and the complaints from CCLC when I spoke with them about this is that everybody wants safer pedestrian core, but nobody wants to lose a parking space.
Everyone wants to go to heaven and no one wants to die.
I don't mind dying, I just don't want to be there when it happens.
We want pedestrian safety in the West End, too.
Yeah, yeah,
So
that's right.
No sidewalks.
again, we can talk about the numbers and of parking spaces, but really it's about availability. And these are ways that we can ensure that availability, not only through construction parking reductions, pickup drop-up locations, such as by the pharmacy. If you want to fill your prescription, there will be a space available for you to go in, go out. Those types of things is what we're talking about, is allowing that parking availability. We're going to measure this, and we're going to see how we're doing on it during the lab. And if we start to approach that 85%, we're going to move into stage 2 and see if we can improve it even more, bring it back to that 85%.
Rachel?
Thank you for bringing forward one of the most difficult topics that our community and council could possibly face. I really appreciate it, and I appreciate that you've come up with a very reasonable and thoughtful plan about how to deal with changes and displacement of parking. So I'm basically on board with where you're going and what you've presented. I think it really is good work. I wanted to kind of mention a couple things on this. So first, I'd like to know that the changes to convert the residential parking to paid parking in the areas you've identified is not going to leave the residents there in those areas short on their actual parking that they need, who get the parking permits. Is there going to be a balance of the amount of permits given out for residences in zones 3 or C or D or whatever, and the remaining parking spaces that aren't going to be parked up with daily users. I mean, how does that impact our residents? That's the one thing that strikes me. The second is that perhaps looking at tiering the rates of parking, that if you are choosing to park further outside of the intense core, that you know, you're at a lower rate. Maybe those are $4 an hour spots to try to get people to go there to begin with. And if we have to go to stage 2 and the downtown becomes $8 an hour, those more further away spots where people are potentially parking for longer or whatever could be a little less. I don't know. I'm just trying to think, how do you really get that one space per block in the core that people see? And how do you get people to want to use the spots that are a little further away and require a little more walking? So it's just for your consideration. And the other thing I had thought of, and I'm not sure, these are just to think about, should there be a few more places where there are short-term meters then, so that there is more turnover? And I would ask others, do they think the 15 minutes free is sufficient, or should it be 20? You can't even get in City Market and out in 15 minutes with the lines, or most stores in this town, because of the lack of employees to wait in line. So, I just kind of looking at, are there other things that will make people feel better about the changes in parking? Should there be more short-term spaces, and should there maybe be a little more time in those short-term spaces? So that's all I wanted to throw out there for consideration. Thank you.
Sure, we'll continue. Or,
If I may, I did want to clarify one thing on the previous slide.
Want to go back a slide, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We've got a phrase there, increase citation fees and increase hourly parking fees. And as Trish said earlier, that this is trying to be geared toward the lab. However, to do that, we may need to come to council with broader code amendments that could be longer lasting than just the lab. And that will clarify some of the issues that we've been facing over the years.
Okay.
So I just wanted to point out that there might be something broader than the lab, than this specific lab that is required for the council to pass to get even this step accomplished.
Yeah, I have a question, Tristan. I favor this, but I'm just looking for objections. And I think that we already have tiered pricing by time of day in the core. But do we also have, I don't think we do we have different pricing further away from the core?
We don't right now. That technology is coming. Right now, the core is lumped into all those meters, and so trying to tier it right now, we'd have to improve the technology.
Yeah. Well, you kind of have a rate differential in the residential neighborhoods already, but you pay by phone, and we have a rate differential if you choose to park in the parking garage. And it's always been that the downtown core is the single most expensive, and outer concentric circles of less cost. So yes, I didn't realize the technology couldn't do that with our current system, but we do tier rates based on where we're trying to attract people to park.
All right, let's keep going through presentation. We're getting kind of input from different members at different times. I'm kind of saving my comments towards the end. So we'll come back for kind of council input and concerns and maybe suggestions in a little bit as well. Well, let's keep going.
Okay, so the next piece to talk about is the transit mitigation program. And similar to the parking mitigation program, this is in 2 stages. Stage 1 starts with the implementation of the Living Lab. Stage 2 is implemented if and when necessary to maintain 85% availability, occupancy with parking. So stage 1 measures are things such as increasing the downtown service. Pete talked about how our community really supports and wants to use the downtowners. So we're looking at extending hours during peak seasons based on ridership numbers. We are proposing to install a WeCycle station within the Living Lab area. And we are developing a bicycle education program with the Parks Department and with WeCycle. We are working with local bike shops on requiring bells on all rental bikes, and also requiring everyone to watch the ACRA bike etiquette video before they're able to rent a bike from the bike shops. The Parks Department is working on trail code changes and a few other safety measures that will be discussed later. And with this education program, we're looking at using that Street Smart campaign that we've used in the past. So bringing that back up into the forefront. It'll also be things like additional signage for turning motion changes. And for stage 2, just again with the downtowner, that our community really supports the downtowners. So if necessary, we would increase the number of drivers at a time, and that helps with the frequency. And the last option would be to explore a fixed route transit option. So the last thing to discuss before we have more of a discussion about this Living Lab is the financial pieces. And the total cost estimate of the Living Lab is $130,000. In the 2022 asset management plan, there's $75,000 already allocated to this project. That covers the design, the install, and community outreach for the duration of the lab. Staff will be coming for a spring supplemental request for $55,000 to cover the transit mitigation piece and the parking space striping. $50,000 of that $55,000 has already been awarded to the City of Aspen for this project in the TDM Innovation Grant from CDOT to cover the downtowner service enhancements and the bicycle education program. And the CMAQ grant has also already been awarded to the WeCycle for the station installation. So $50,000 of that $55,000 will be reimbursed to the city. The Revitalizing Main Street Small Project Grant from CDOT is available for application this month. So staff will be applying for that. And the pool is up to $150,000. In the past, the City of Aspen has been successful at being awarded these funds, and we're hopeful that this project will qualify for additional grant funding through that grant.
PJ, I'm going to interrupt real quick. And council, just for your benefit, that additional $55,000 supplemental, if council goes forward with this program, is split between 2 funds. So a portion of it would be asset management, and a portion of it would be the transportation fund, just for clarification. Thank you.
Excuse me,
Yeah, go ahead.
PJ, I think there's a WeCycle station at the Armory now, and isn't there one at Ute Mountaineer already?
One in front of the old.
I don't believe.
Not in front of the U.
Sorry.
There is one over by the Armory.
Right.
They've requested for years to get one along Galena, and we've always said that it's not a safe area for them at that current time. So we've always put it back a block. Oh, go ahead, sir. Oh, sorry.
It's only 3 centimeters away.
Yeah, this would add one ward onto the project that isn't there now.
Can I ask a question about the budget?
Yeah,
number?
I was too. Go ahead.
Okay. I guess I'm just wondering, is this the anticipated first round budget and satisfying stage 1, but if we had to go to stage 2 for more drivers or more hours or a fixed route, there would be a new supplemental request to add more?
We do have budget allocated for the next 2 years for $250,000 each year. Depending what comes out of this Living Lab, we kind of left that as a space holder until we understood what council's really, the vision is.
Bless you.
So we do have a placeholder.
Okay, no, and it's just that I wanted to, we talked about what else might be needed, and I wanted to make sure we knew that that was not in this initial 130, but there's other ways to find it, obviously, if we want to go forward. I think that's important. And I also, and PJ, I'll let it obviously go back to you, but I wanted to understand really what type of aesthetic we're creating in terms of, not looking halfway. I know what we got good feedback on the one by City Market, but it just looks so funky all summer. And will the Living Lab, its own appearance, kind of turn people off more than its functionality if we don't, have it look like it's deliberate enough or like it's intended to be enjoyable area? I mean, I see the little sketches, but I'm just wondering how much greenery we can add and what sort of features that make people think, hey, this is really cool.
Along what stretch?
Along all of it, any of it, is it just little ballards? Is there more? It just looked,
Okay,
it looks sparse.
okay.
Let me just put it that way. I mean, think about how much effort we've put into thinking about the outdoor spaces that we're going to be occupying during the pandemic, and that they had some sort of aesthetic flair to them. And I just don't want to be doing this so sparsely that it really ends up, I mean, we have some that have a design with pictures with planters in them and some pictures without planters in them. And I just don't know what we're really including in the budget or not for the aesthetics of making it look like this is something deliberate, this is on purpose, and it's more than just white ballards sticking up on the side of the road.
PJ will be talking about the aesthetics, but it is white ballards sticking up
Great,
out of it.
because again, I just want to know that they're really in the budget.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
So the budget does cover bollards and rubber curbing. And that is essentially what the Living Lab will look like. Pete, you can actually hop to the next slide because it's a picture of the proposed Living Lab. So we have, to answer your question, we have explored other options. Because this is a temporary condition, we are limited in greenery and what can be installed. I know with City Market, we had installed planters. There were still some concerns with doing something like that with a lab of this scale. For one, it would be many planters. We had issues keeping the plants alive because the asphalt is so warm underneath. The planters don't really have enough volume to hold water for the plants to survive. We are concerned with drought levels this year and the water that it takes to keep the planters alive. So unless we hear direction otherwise, staff is proposing more of these temporary aesthetics, which are the bollards and the rubber curbing. And with this slide, I did want to open it up for discussion about the lab before we ask for direction on support for installation of a lab.
Thanks.
That concludes our presentation.
That's your last slide of presentation? Okay.
2 slides for direction, but this is our last one, and it's an opportunity to discuss the lab.
Perfect. First question for clarification is the slide that you have up currently differs in our packet, and maybe I'm referring to an old memo, or is this part of the new memo? But there is a preferred option in the memo. And the preferred option shows activation, seating, et cetera, on the west side of Galena, whereas the slide that you have up now does not. Which one?
So in the council packet, there was attachment A, and that could be where you're seeing that.
Yes.
That is an older version.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great.
So attachment A had a few other options.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see attachment A. I thought it was part of the packet. Okay, let's start with some comments. And I want to say what I see here as possibilities for me to preface maybe some response and some comment back. I am super supportive of moving forward with this in some measure. I am more supportive of maintaining the diagonal parking, the angled parking on the west side of Galena, doing the counterflow bikeway on the east side, and parallel parking on the east side, but maintaining the angled parking on the west side. And I would follow that on Galena and continue that same pattern, rounding the corner onto Cooper. I think that it is a great way for us to introduce this to our community. I think it takes moderate steps, but steps that are in the right direction for us. I think it allays some of the concerns about parking availability. Even though I will say, Trish, I think that you've really tackled that as a question extraordinarily well. I think you've really looked for some alternatives that are viable, that are really, I think the actual parking space loss is going to be minimal, but as you've pointed out, the availability, I think, will be even less than that. So I think you've done a great job at approaching that. Skippy, since you're back in the room, I just want to recap what I was saying. My preference and what I'm advocating for is to have a conversation around maintaining the angled parking on the west side of Galena and following that around Cooper, going to the counterflow bikeway and the parallel parking on the east side of Galena and following that around onto Cooper as well.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
So in the picture that you see right now, on the right-hand side of the screen, your right-hand side of the screen, which is the west side of the street, instead of parallel parking on that side, I would leave it as angled parking.
And that's the only change?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
And that's just to get more parking in?
It's just to, there's a couple reasons. One, the physical layout with the bulb out that happens with the fountain at the Hyman Avenue Mall already creates that width that accommodates the angled parking. It was 2 years ago, I think, when Rachel chimed in on this about that double angle parking as being really an issue for her. I mean, kind of started some of this conversation along this corridor, and I really agreed with that. I thought that it was the double angle. I don't mind the side, but part of this is really community acceptance, moving forward in the right way, proving our concept, and then making more improvements if we want to. But I just think that we have the opportunity to do something that is really acceptable, really comprehensible, and followable by our community. So I still see that there's an opportunity here to really move in that direction. And then a couple of additional comments that go along with that for me is, the construction approach that you're taking, I really appreciate. I think there's room for improvement there, and I don't think that it's going to cause any hardship to the construction companies that are working downtown. I think you're going to be able to work it out well. I do also share kind of what Ward just barely touched on, which was the encroachment by the Bidwell building corner and how their actual building parameters move into the street. I'd love for us to look at that as we go forward. I know that there's some constraints that engineering agrees with when it comes to allowing that usage. And so I don't know enough about it, whether it's staging, whether it's sidewalk work that needs to be done. I don't know, but I just want more conversation about that at some point, and it doesn't have to be in this, but I do want to say at this time that, last year, as it was stated, we activated 25 to 30 spots in the right-of-way. And even in a time of a pandemic where people were avoiding social interactions, avoiding going out and going out less, what we saw downtown was absolute booming business. What this council is attempting to do is to create even more foot traffic, even more pedestrian usage downtown, and more comfortable pedestrian usage downtown, which also lends itself to more dwell time. That increases your visibility and oftentimes your visitability for your patrons. So I think this council is really doing a pro-business move, and really what we're going to see in increased foot traffic will I think, allay some of the concern about decreased automobile traffic. I do have a concern about the conversion of some residential. I think you had 5 or 6 locations that you were talking about, and I believe it was just A and B that were depicted that I questioned. I am a residential parking pass holder in that area, and I already know that it's very difficult for residents. So I'm concerned about putting an increased burden on our local residents for this program. So again, out of the 5 or 6 that you denoted, I really only had an issue with, I think, what was A and B. So I just wanted to bring that up, that I think you could go forward with some of those. I don't think you need to do all of them. And truly, A and B, I think, were the 2 that pronged into the neighborhood a little bit off of the core, a little bit more than C, D, and E. So I just wanted consideration of that. In your stage one of not the transit program, but before that, the stage 1 where citation fees were talked about. I don't know that we need to go there right away. But one thing I've been talking about, and I want to put this on the table again, is perhaps there's an opportunity for giving people who are ticketed an opportunity to pay that same day for a discounted rate. So 50% off of your ticket if you take care of it that very same day. Things like that. And this really came up years ago when what we saw was a lot of unpaid parking tickets, which I think we've reduced, but we still have some unpaid. And so I was wondering if incentivizing people to take care of their tickets same day of would in some way incentivize people to take care of
Are
those.
you thinking more guests on that, or are you thinking more locals on
I'm
that?
thinking more local, actually.
Okay.
I don't know that the guest will necessarily have the turnaround
Yeah, no,
time.
that's fine. I just wanted, because I know that if you come in and it's the first time on your license plate, it can be waived.
It's a
because
warning.
you're learning the
Yeah.
system. But so that's why I was wondering who you're targeting.
Yeah, and there could be a limit on that. I'm not saying, all locals get a half off, but once or twice. I just think to incentivize, again, my goal here is to incentivize payment.
Okay.
Rachel brought up an interesting thing about even making more zone parking fees, so incentivizing by parking spots that aren't in the direct core. That might be a great idea as well here. I do have questions when it comes to the pickup and drop-off zones and how we want to start managing that.
Yeah.
When we have our conversation that comes up with right-of-way activation for the summer, this is going to be a topic that we're going to need to touch on. And then the last one is the transit program. On stage 1, I questioned the downtowner hours, which I think now are 10 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Are you asking us to confirm those?
Yeah.
11, I thought I
You'll
saw.
need to come up
Oh,
to
it's
the
even
mic.
earlier, 8 to 11. Thank you. 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. You want to extend those hours in order to help?
Lynn, you'll need to come to a microphone.
People get back from nightclubs and go to work.
I just don't necessarily see how extending those hours is a direct impact for this program. However, you're saying that there's the potentiality for grant reimbursement
Correct.
in both the We Cycle, which I also didn't know that there should necessarily be another We Cycle station a block away from the Armory now, or 2 blocks away from the Armory now, although it could work out, and there's could be a spot for it, right? Actually, at the corner of Galena and Cooper where we have that bike corral. So I question about the transit. I do want to see more downtowner. I do want to see maybe a dedicated route down here. I do, but I think that's a part of a larger conversation of things that we want to do. Anyway, those are a bunch of thoughts on different items, but for the most part, what I'd love council's consideration on is maintaining the angled parking on the west side of Galena and the south side of Cooper, but make all the other improvements as we've seen them depicted. And those are my comments.
Pete's going to pull up a slide that shows one of the scenarios that were previously presented. I don't recall when, but it'll at least help with the conversation regarding this other scenario that the mayor is proposing.
There it is.
So this is showing, this is not, I don't believe this is quite what you.
It's close.
So this is bi-directional bikeway, so this is not just a one-way bike, but it's two-way traffic in the bikeway, and then parallel or angled parking on the one side. PJ or Pete, can you tell me how many parking spaces this redistributes by doing it this way?
Can you
So
remember? PJ?
this
Yeah, okay.
concept impacts the same number of parking spaces as the proposed living lab from tonight. If we look at parallel parking on the east side, we did not look at that option because it doesn't allow for room for increased pedestrian areas if it's permanent. So we did not increase pedestrian area in the proposed living lab tonight because it's temporary. With the proposed lab, there would be room to make sidewalks wider in a permanent installation. This concept does not leave room for that. And as it's shown right now, it impacts the same number of parking spaces.
Right, and so this came up earlier when Ward was talking about this model, and we were told that, it can be somewhat of a dangerous intersection at Hyman and Galena with bi-directional bikeways. So this is not the exact iteration. I would also make this unidirectional so bikers share the one-way road and counterflow go the other way, maintaining the parallel parking ability on that side. As far as future widening of sidewalks, again, this is a living lab to see if that's a direction that we want to go. But more than that, I've heard from this council that, we've got a pending pedestrian mall redevelopment that's going to happen. So we're going to see some different treatment with the interface with this street. If we want to talk about widening sidewalks at that time, I think that we can do that. But again, this is a living lab to try stuff, and I just put forward that I think that there's a really community acceptable and middle ground to go with this that gets us in the direction of making future decisions on it. Rachel?
As you discuss this real quick.
Yeah, please.
One thing to keep in mind in this scenario, when you just think about this, one of the poorest interactions we have right now in the core is when a car comes out, they're blinded by that side of a bicyclist. So the reason that staff has really wanted to test out the parallel, is the same thing that we did with the restaurant extensions. Is this going to impact parking availability? But the real reason we didn't go with this as our recommendation before was because of that safety aspect with the cars pulling out. But it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. Again, I've shared my preference and what I think is probably best in my estimation, and open for other conversation. Rachel?
Yeah, I guess I'm not commenting as directly on that, but, based on the hours of the current downtowner, it would seem like more downtowners during the key times is maybe what people are thinking. When people start saying, oh, I had to wait too long for it to pick me up, or why, but I really can't see. Some people have wanted paid parking to go to midnight, but we can't see the little tickets in the window after dark, So I guess I was thinking, really, I would want to see more information before making any decision on that, of which maybe you've had before, but we don't have tonight, of, what are the peak ridership times, and when do they max out, and how many rides do you get between 10 PM and 11 PM, and that sort of thing to understand. I mean, if there's still a lot of demand between 10 and 11, maybe there really is a need to go to midnight. But if it's really tapering off and more of that demand is during the middle of the day, that would tell me more about what we need to do there. And I also really have said before at meetings, I just remember when we had a Galena Street shuttle in the summer, and it was cut back for budgetary reasons, but that had a lot of ridership. And, we went many, many years ago from having a really kind of fun custom vehicle to what looks like a hotel shuttle. And it's not the fun, free ride people, was originally supposed to be, and I understand where it went there. But, when we get to that next level, I need a lot more information of, what is it really costing us per rider for that activity? And I think it's important too, just because of what we're really embarking on and doing in many, many ways are the transportation demand management measures that are called for in the record of decision. And Aspen had committed that it was going to do its share on the other side of the Castle Creek Bridge to take care of it. And when you start talking about parking at $8 an hour, you're talking about demand management. And it's making sure we really have the full range and as deep as necessary of alternatives for people to use if they're not going to be parking in the downtown. Thank you. And I do need to express, I've had one neighbor who's called me, maybe he's called others, who's really concerned, is not handicapped now, but is concerned about, are we driving out, older people from our core who want to park close to where they want to go. And doesn't want any of this plan. So I just thought I should say that.
Yeah, and hopefully we're looking at ways to accommodate. We've heard about short-term parking, handicap space availability.
I'm
To
just
definitely,
saying.
because yes, I've heard from many people that have that concern. So yeah, I want to address that. I'll add one last comment to my list here. I continue to wonder about a stop sign at the Hyman Avenue and Galena crosswalk. And we've talked about that before. We did try one, a temporary pedestrian crossing sign last summer and such, and I just thought it was great. It just makes sense to me that we would be slowing or stopping traffic at that crosswalk. Ward?
Yeah, looking at concept one, if there's no room for parallel parking on the east side of the street and angle on the right with a bidirectional protected bike path, I don't think I could support that. I would, if it's the same number of impacted parking spaces by having angled on one side versus parallel on both sides. Although we've increased the bicycle percentage by 5% and decreased the car or vehicle percentage by 5%, increase 5, decrease 5, and the pedestrian remains the same. Although I'd like to see parallel on the east side, but if there's not enough room for that with a two-way bike path, I would go back to the staff recommendation.
Corey, were you suggesting the two-way bike or no? You were suggesting one-way bike path.
Concept one, as I mentioned, has a bidirectional bike path.
Okay.
If you look on page 63 of our packet, that's in the appendix, it shows bicyclists going both ways.
Right.
Okay, so if the number of parking spaces impacted using that design is the same as parallel on both sides, then I would rather go with parallel on both sides.
And a bidirectional.
No, I mean, people riding with traffic, if there's no angled parking, you're gonna ride faster in traffic on a bicycle than you are in a bike path. I wanted, the reason I wanted the bidirectional is to get that angled parking. And if we can't get the angle parking while retaining the parallel parking, then I would go back to what the staff recommendation is. If the delta in parking is, there's no difference in impacted parking, I'd rather see parallel on both sides. As far as the downtowner, I don't know that we need to extend the hours, but I can see extending some of the service area going to Hunter Creek, Centennial, and Park Circle. That would decrease perhaps some of the traffic downtown. When I came on council, I was not a supporter of the downtowner at all, but I understand how popular it is, so if that's a possibility, I would do that. As far as WeCycle is concerned, as much as I like WeCycle, we have one at Ruby Park, half block away or block away. We have one at Wheeler Opera House, at the Armory, Galena Plaza, and the spot formerly known as Domino's Pizza. So there are quite a few WeCycle spots there. I'm only lukewarm on putting another one in that area. That's not a deal breaker for me. I do think that increasing rates during the to $8 an hour in the core during the busy time could have some free up some demand or some availability of parking. I think those are my comments.
Thank you. And I just need to clarify, so if it's a counterflow bike path on the east side that maintains parallel parking on the east side, do you support angled parking on the west side?
Yeah, if we could get angle parking on the west side, parallel on the east side with a separated, protected bikeway for bicyclists in both directions, that would be my.
But they don't both directions with the bicycle is what they're saying, safety hazard at that Galena, at that Hyman Avenue intersection. Because you have traffic that's coming from on Hyman onto Galena that they are confronting a one-way street, but with two-way bike traffic that makes it hard for a driver to read. So the suggestion is not to do bi-directional on the east side of that street.
I understand it's mass confusion downtown with bicyclists, no matter what, like John is saying. Some people will go some people on e-bikes that haven't been on an e-bike in 30 years or ever, haven't been on a bicycle, much less an e-bike. And locals go either.
And if it's not bi-directional, you get a little bit of bike lane back.
Understood.
To be able to potentially do angle, but we'd have to have them tell us if that really
Yeah,
works or not.
understood. I think by looking at this, and if the number of parking spots is the same by removing the parallel on the west side and going to angle on the right, then I would just as soon, I would rather remove the angle parking.
And go both parallel.
Yes.
So either angle or both parallel, something like
Well,
that.
angle parallel, but that's the only way that I
Angle and parallel.
yeah,
Okay, but with the bike lane.
yeah.
Mis-
One direction.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
can we have a short math break here? So if we do angle, parallel, and a bike lane, does the math work for that?
So we looked at that word over the summer, and we don't have enough space in the right-of-way to do that safely. We reviewed a little bit. I won't get into details. We can't fit it right now.
Yeah, if the engineer, the propeller head say that there's not enough real estate to do that, I'm going to take your word on it.
Okay.
Okay, other input?
Well, I just want to be clear, and that was on the one directional bike
Okay,
lane.
so
not-
yeah,
not
so
bi-directional.
one contra lane, not bi,
Right,
parallel,
yes,
Angle.
and angle.
shared,
Yep.
Doesn't work.
and angled. There's not enough room.
Okay.
The reason is a contra needs more room than a bike lane because you need that you need the bike lane and then you need that widened space for door openings, that kind of thing when you put in the contra. So the contra needs more space. In order to safely fit it, the scenario, there's not enough room.
Can I ask one really stupid question?
That's two.
I just did.
Oh, good. No. Given that we've made Galena one-way for cars, is there a reason we're trying to make it two-way for bicycles? Why not make it one way for bicycles as well, and they can ride with the cars, and then you could have angle and parallel and even wider sidewalk space without trying to put in a bike lane? Why are we trying to make it two ways for bikes but only one way for cars?
Couple reasons, well, go ahead, John.
Go ahead, Trish.
First of all, when we think of our downtown core and where bikes can and cannot bike, we cut it out when we put in the mall. So we cut out that area for bikes. Then when we made Galena one way, we cut that out for bikes too. And so we really,
Okay,
so what we're finding is that bikes want to go northbound on Galena, and they will do it, and they have been doing it.
okay, thank you. That just
Okay.
really helps.
That's actually exactly what I was going to say. Every time I drive down Galena, I see bikes going the wrong way. Every time.
So, Mr. Mayor, if it's okay, I'd like to ask Pete to put up what we think is the preferred option so we can get consensus from council that that is the confirmed configuration. Can you please pull up your recommendation, and then we can confirm whether that is it or whether they would like changes to it. While he's doing that, what I'm hearing is I need clarification about, does Lynn and my team in transportation have permission to experiment with the downtowner within this budget so they can figure out, is it more vehicles at certain times? Is it different hours? But to give them the programmatic responsibility to sort that out within the authorized funding you're providing. I need okay, I've got 3 of you saying that's okay. All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, I wasn't fast enough.
Okay. And then same with WeCycle. That's a programmatic component to work out from the safety component, as well as what makes sense in terms of WeCycle's placements about whether there's additional and where they go. That's a programmatic piece we'll handle at the staff level as part of the living lab. Right? We understand if it becomes permanent, there's another different kind of conversation to happen at this table
I'm okay with
going
that.
forward. Okay. Then we also, what we heard new is bring back a conversation about parking fees for in the core. So that was a new ask I heard, was to look at the rates during peak use. Is there 3 of you though? I don't know that I had 3 of you in support of looking at what an increased parking rate would do.
Is your question just an increase, or is it that sort of tiered thing that Rachel suggested
It
based on
could be
proximity?
all of the above, but right now I don't have 3 of you who have expressed interest in reviewing the parking fee structure.
You know, at least at how it was presented to us, it's only going to stage 2 if we need to, because there's not enough parking spaces. So if you're saying you already think it's going to go to stage 2 and we should start making stage 2 plans now, then yes, we'll have to go to $8 an hour.
Yeah, so our plans were not to do that right away. But if I want to confirm whether there's a different expectation on that timeline that happens more quickly.
I'm fine with solving problems that we know exist, but until it's a problem that we know exists, I don't need to jump on that ahead of time.
Okay, great. And then the preferred scenario for the lab, if we could just confirm that that is the roadway configuration, or if anything needs to be amended on it.
I really can't support it without having some sort of aesthetic element, and I understand what you're saying about living plants, but the difference between how this looks and how the example that we're not going to use looks with the yellow planters every 3 along at least some element, maybe not in between every single one, but I just, I don't think it's going to look like it's going to convey the ambiance that we want the public to buy into for the permanent later thing. Maybe it's artwork, maybe it's artificial grass coming out of the top of the planters, but it just doesn't really even particularly feel safe to me. And I'll say this as a driver, when I drive, I see bicycles be automobiles 1 second, pedestrians the next, and then back to being a bike. And I can see bicycles weaving in and out of those poles like no tomorrow, and not feeling like they need to stay in that lane if they want to turn a U-turn at any point. And I that's why I think there needs to be something added to it. But that's just about my only real concern here. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
Maybe some tall trees at the end so that, if something distinguishes that land and they're in a big planter. But there's just something that makes it look real.
I agree with your comments about aesthetics, but this is a living lab and it's temporary, and it's on a smaller budget because it's temporary. So, I see both sides of the coin here. This is just something we're going to try for a summer. And I agree with their logic. I also just wanted to comment on some of the public comments that came in. Obviously, there were a lot of comments about loss of parking, but I was pleasantly surprised by how many people commented that they'd like to see our downtown more pedestrian friendly. They'd like to see the mall expanded. There were a lot of suggestions that I was really surprised by. So anyway, I think we're heading in the right direction, and maybe a little compromise is what we need here.
Thanks.
Yeah, so to Rachel's suggestion, I agree functionally it would help. And I'm, kind of always on about having these little opportunities for joy in the community and community involvement, especially right now where people are feeling displaced. So I think this may be a great opportunity for an arts project that involves the community, rather than the city taking ownership of planting and feeding and watering flowers. Finding some local artists who would want to do some things that could serve that function, but not require our daily attention, I think would be a really good way to do that. Tori, to your point about, or John, your point about compromise, I'm following your guys' lead on this. Candidly for me, this is still disappointing. I think the misallocation of our community space to cars and traffic is one of the biggest missed opportunities that we have. I get that we need to bring people along. And I get calls too from plenty of people who say, don't touch a single space no matter what. And I understand where they're coming from. But what I hear way more than that every day is Aspen's downtown core is just not a place I want to be. I don't have any connection to it anymore. There's nothing I can buy. It's a mess. I feel like I'm getting hit by a car. I mean, really, that's what I hear. Like, I just stay away. And we can solve that through space allocation. So I hear this is a step in the right direction. This just feels like a step that's going to get us to where we want to go in 30 years. I don't think it's fast enough, but I'm willing to support majority opinion and trust in you guys that I am incorrect about that and you are on the right path.
Right on. Before I turn to Ward, I'm just going to say once again, I want to see angle parking on the west side. That's what I would support. And I'd like to see more information. The depictions that I have in front of me don't make me see that there's not enough room, and I don't know if that's 1 foot, 2 foot, 6 inch, I don't know. But again, I think a way for us to really get the start on the program that Skippy sees in the future, and that we can get our community to buy into now and really make steps forward. I would like to see that angle parking on the west side. Other than that, I appreciate this. It's in the right direction. Ward.
Yeah, I think I supported the staff recommendation. I made comments about downtowner increasing the range, including Hunter Creek Centennial Park Circle. I'll leave it to you guys to figure out what works best with the downtowner. If the angle parking cannot be had with parallel parking on the other side of the street, I'm going with the staff recommendation. I can live with bollards and paint for a summer for a living lab, and then I do like if people between those bollards could put some sculptures, that would be cool to have downtown activation by local artists. Maybe John even has a couple of extras somewhere.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But it's generally bigger than that, I think.
So, Mr. Mayor, so I understand where each 5 of you are individually. I would ask, though, the council come to consensus, because right now I only have 2 that are okay with the staff recommendation.
I mean, I'll support the staff recommendation. I just think it would be improved with some other elements in there, but I'll support it. I don't know how you were counting.
Yeah, I'm still not, I still wanted to see the, I still think there's a better option out there, so I'm not ready to support this. I also have questions about the parking that we talked about in Zone A and B, and what your take is on that, and
So at this point, I see 3 of you supporting the staff recommendation. I hear a request to that to potentially increase the budget to add additional aesthetics to the project. Are there 3 of you that wish to add additional budget for aesthetics?
Well, are you in support of staff as well?
Why don't you go ahead?
Okay, well, I mean, I just want to kind of support the majority here, because I recognize I'm coming along for the ride, so I want to hear from you first before I say that. But if we're going with staff recommendation, I'd like to support Rachel's request for some better barrier, I guess, there. And the suggestion would be, and there may be some staff spend to facilitate that, but I'm hoping we're not adding a big bunch of budget and expecting us to do everything, that there's a community-led art component of it.
yeah, I'm supportive, but I don't know the magnitude of what you're requesting.
Neither do we, especially if it's community-driven.
I can support.
We're going to need time.
I can support-
I hear a very wide difference between some
Forget it.
Official,
Just forget it. We do
artificial
not need
versus
any
a community
planters.
engagement
We don't need any
process.
aesthetics. We'll see what the public thinks about the yellow lines and white ballards. It's just an experiment. Let's keep the budget low and move on. It's it. I don't want a community-driven thing that's gonna, some people will like the art, some people won't like the art. Is the art getting knocked over at night when people come out and smashed on the ground? It just gets too complicated. Forget it. I shouldn't have even said anything.
And I would support the beautification, but I just don't know what the budget and what we're talking about, so I would support it, I just don't know what we're talking, what magnitude.
Are you clear on my?
Yeah, I know where you're at, Ward. Yes. So I do not hear 3 people for additional aesthetic improvements to the proposal.
I've withdrawn it, so forget about it. I support staff's recommendation.
I like the idea of aesthetic improvements, but I think I was clear as to why I don't think it's appropriate right now, not to belittle your suggestion. And I agree with Torre about the angled parking on one side of the street. I hate losing parking spaces because obviously there's a lot of public comment about that happening. But if staff is telling me that there's not enough room to pull that off with the one bike lane and parallel parking on the other side of the street, I'm going to have to believe staff. So I will support staff's recommendation.
Engineering and transportation, do you have any additional clarifying questions tonight?
Yes, we need to go to the parking map that shows zones A and B. So that's by Francis Whitaker and over by the Limelight. Those are 18 spaces. I believe the mayor would like those to remain as residential instead of converting those to downtown core parking spaces.
Yeah, and I also wondered, are they ever mixed? Do you ever have a paid parking area that a residential pass works in?
There's gonna be, it's gonna happen.
This is Debbie Zell, our parking manager.
Hi, Debbie.
So the question was that, has there ever been an area where it's paid parking and it's also residential? Is
Right.
that the question? I mean, our city's unique, but, yeah, yes. The answer is yes.
That it could be done?
It can be done.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess, that's one thing I would wonder is, sure, you can put them in the pool of paid parking for downtown users, but also have the ability for residents to utilize the spaces.
Yeah, but the one thing about that is, it was thought that this is when your friends come over for lunch and they can park for 2 hours for free, and now if they want to come over and have lunch with you, they have to pay $12.
You would,
Because they have to park, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It was also the free 2 hours in those neighborhoods was about people having friends and guests and living a normal residential life, not on a parked street. But, look, this is what a growing up town has to deal with. I understand that. But that's the other change. It means go see your friend, pay to go see your friend, unless you can walk or take a downtowner,
or get a guest pass.
or get a guest pass from them and run up and run back down.
There's a resident guest pass
Yeah.
that you can register by license plate, I believe.
License plate, you don't have to run up and get the pass anymore.
So you can do it and say who you're visiting.
You can do it right on the computer.
2 hours or
Yeah.
something.
Just as an aside, Bozeman is just now looking at paid parking.
Just in time for me to go in 2 weeks for the first time.
So anyway, council, these guys are looking at a suggestion about questioning A and B for changing residential spaces to paid parking availability for the core. They are currently available for 2 hours to core users. Again, I am really speaking just from my experience, is that this neighborhood already has difficulty getting residential spaces on most regular times.
I think you would find every one of these neighborhoods will tell you that, and you already can park there for paid by buying a day permit in those neighborhoods, can't you? Or is that just over on C? I mean, in C, you can pay to park all day.
Right.
Right, but you can't in these other areas right now, or yes, you can you in?
In the core, you can't pay to park all day.
No.
In the other areas, you can, yes.
So people already can pay to park all day. This is just starting to make it only pay to park for a few hours.
Yeah.
That's the real difference. So those spaces would turn over more frequently for people who are residents coming home and trying to park.
And I think that I would encourage the council to contemplate that these are not only residents using these spaces, but also employees of businesses in the core.
That's it, yeah. That's what I
So
mean.
just to be aware that there are more than one user group, which is, quite frankly, what influenced the staff recommendation here.
That's
Is
what I'm trying to get at.
observation of sort of saying, is it the city's job to provide that employee parking in those locations? And is there a higher and better use for the overall community benefit, i.e. shorter-term parking that typically is associated with generating sales in the community? I mean, that's generally what our downtown core parking does.
And all I'm pointing out here is that this is Zone District A, 40 residential spots in Zone District A, 40. So the brunt of reducing parking in the core is being bared by this small neighborhood. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm
If-
just saying.
if there's not
A
support for it,
getting
it's
12 spaces, B is 6
6 spaces, C is,
C is 18.
yeah,
D is 4.
yeah.
So A is only losing 12 spaces.
No. Those are all in residential Zone A. All of those, A, B, C, D, are all in residential A.
Oh, okay, so we're using the ABCs twice.
Yes. These are
Right, those
just-
do not indicate
these
the
are
parking
locations.
zones.
Okay.
Those that is the key to the map
Yeah,
to
those are
indicate
It's very
where that
confusing.
location is.
Well, then I totally endorse what you're saying, Tori. I thought that these were spread across the Zone C over by City Market and that whole east end of town as well.
Right, no, they're all in Zone A. It's just and again, hey, it's Living Lab. I mean, I don't, for myself, I don't care about myself. I just know that this neighborhood does have trouble,
Well,
so.
I totally endorse that then. Again, I was just going, why do they have the Cs when the Cs are all over here? As opposed to, was there any reason why those other neighborhoods weren't considered? Are they too far from the core for walkability?
We, like Sarah said, we wanted to look at the areas that were closest to the core and that were being utilized, it seemed, by employees instead of residents.
Yeah.
So that's, it
Especially
seemed
at
like
C
a,
and D locations.
correct.
Those C spaces are
Prime,
are even more used by, anyway,
yeah.
anyway,
Me.
Right, and this isn't an all or nothing.
right.
So what would help us is to know is if we should move forward with any of these, A through E, as part of the lab or not.
I'm supportive of C, D, and E. I could even give up on A or B. I just think that it's a little much. So I'm just consideration.
So just so I understand though, a resident with a resident parking permit comes home and the only space that's left is where there's 1 hour paid parking, pay by the hour parking. They can still park there and the traffic officer will say, that's fine because they have a residential permit and they are allowed to park on their own streets in front of their house? Or no, they will no longer, this means no residential parking in those spots at all for those people ever.
That is our recommendation, is that it turns over to being treated just the same as you would on Galena Street.
Okay, no, I appreciate, I was thinking there'd be some overlap and they would be able to park there at night or to a certain point in time in the morning. I mean, will they all be empty spaces at the middle of the night? And that's what we want?
Yeah, I mean, and that's consistent with a lot of the core.
Yeah. Okay.
Debbie, do you want to add anything about how it's actually administered?
I wasn't involved in this decision, but I imagine that the residents couldn't park in those spaces except for certain times of the day.
After 6 PM and
yeah.
before 9.
I mean, just like how the core is now, yeah.
So, and I've walked these areas many times, particularly last summer with our former parking director, and we talked about this a lot about, and there's other places we talked about that are not on these recommendations that certainly we can bring to you, but it would be more aggressive than this list. And so that's really, I mean, right now I'm hearing there's at least one of you support for C, D, and E. I could use some head nods, at least on those three, so we could get those off the table, or no's, or,
But you're saying that, Tori, you support keeping or changing C, D, and E?
I support the change of C, D, and E, a total of 29 spaces, to paid hourly parking and not accessed with a residential permit. That I can agree to. Change those from residential, but the ones that are deeper, like A, spurs off into the residential area a little bit more. B is also that road, I believe, Cooper, that goes
Wagner Park
Across
and
from
Limelight.
across from the Limelight on Cooper. So it's just those 18 spots is all I'm saying is should be left residential.
I think I would favor including B along Wagner Park and Limelight and excluding
It's not
A.
along Wagner Park, it's on Cooper, correct?
B?
B is on Cooper, right?
B, I believe it's on,
B is adjacent to Wagner Park to the
it's on Monarch,
east
Monarch
of
Street.
the
Limelight.
Limelight. So that's on, is that Monarch?
Monarch.
Yes,
Monarch
it is
Street.
Monarch Street.
It's on this, it's not on the side of the park, because the side of the park is not residential currently.
Yes, it is.
Part of it is,
It's carpool,
yeah,
it's carpool.
okay.
Yes, it's carpool.
Trust me on this one.
HOV.
But the intention is here that should it become paid parking, and our recommendation is yes.
And you would replace the HOV parking somewhere else to encourage
It would
people to
continue
carpool.
to spill out into the other residential neighborhoods as those permits allow throughout the community. So right now, I've heard from Ward that he can support CD&E. Is there anyone else, are we or not, on transitioning those three zones, those three identified areas? And then we can come back to A and B.
I will support what Ward is supporting, and I would say look over to Zone C to replace any lost HOV lanes, spots. I mean, start spreading it around.
I'll support,
Not further into that same zone.
I'll support that too.
So you're supporting C becoming 6 spaces of C to becoming HOV, which is not what Ward's position was.
Well, the HOV hadn't even come up then. Tori had mentioned that HOV would be displaced. I would like to maintain an HOV incentive at some level in some place. So I don't want to just say that's it for HOV priority and, you know, and because we can make revenue for core parking. But wherever we can relocate those two, I'm just saying maybe if we're taking all this out of this residential neighborhood, and let's move the HOV somewhere else. Let's not put all the input.
Look for opportunity for carpool some other place. You cool with that?
I'm cool with whatever the
D and E.
consensus of, or the
Yeah.
majority of youth for is.
Okay.
Okay.
I think it's B, C, D, and E. A will stay residential, B, C, D, and E. You can change over to paid parking zone.
All right, we'll take a look at whether B, it makes sense to move the HOV parking or just leave it where it is, quite honestly.
Yeah,
Great.
If that, I hear 3 of you want to maintain HOV parking adjacent to the core.
no, I'm
Somewhere,
just saying, yeah, adjacent to the course.
Yes.
Yeah, somewhere.
Sounds good.
I actually think that it might be better located at E than B, but
Yeah. Does, Sarah, did your term adjacent mean something more than in proximity to? I mean, when you say.
I don't mean literally, but I mean, we're within a block
Yes.
of
Okay.
that highlighted orange area that we need to
I
make
just wanna
sure that
make
there's
sure.
6 HOV spots.
just, you know, just as an observation, Rachel, you've mentioned many times about the transit routes. There's no place in this core that's more than about a block off of Rafta Circulator.
Yeah, yeah. Well, HOVs aren't using RAFTA, but that's a different thing.
Anything else?
Any other questions?
We have no more questions. I believe we have the direction needed to take the next steps.
When do you think this gets implemented?
The schedule would be, I think, May 15th in that timeframe when we can
Awesome.
get them.
So
through.
early.
Yeah, we'd start it early.
That's great.
We
That's
don't want to
great.
do it when everybody's in town.
Yeah, no, that'll be great, because we'll get a look at it, we'll see, you know, you guys might come back to us and say, hey, we think this or that or whatever, so I appreciate that. Yeah, the earlier off-season-ish that it gets in, the better. People will get an early chance to see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, thank you, guys. I mean, as Rachel said earlier, boy, this is a big, hairy one, so this is great. You guys have done a great job on this, bringing it forward, so much appreciated.
Yeah, and thanks for your patience while we sort it out amongst ourselves,
Yeah.
too.
I just want to
That's
echo,
the hardest part. Thank you.
yeah, I just want to echo his thanks. This is complicated stuff, and I see that. So thank you for your diligence.
Great, so we're gonna
Team
hop
effort.
over, if you're ready, to right-of-way activation. That we need some direction to be able to communicate with businesses and CCLC for the summer season.
Yes. This is the same team presenting?
No, right away activation.
All right, so I'm gonna ask for 3 minutes.
Yeah, good.
Stretch legs, get water. Oh, ooh, Lord. You just stood up like I feel.
Do you need anything?
I'm good, thank you. I'm attached, I'm attached at the moment.
Okay.
How is this going to work? Where do we have 4 people.
One more chair? I would, too.
I'll sit on the end here. Okay. Phyllis, you want to be there?
Sure. What's that?
You want to do round it first?
Sorry, we have something. All right.
Somebody's going to get short term.
that thing?
Do you have the presentation pulled up?
Then she apologized, wrote text later. She didn't mean to get so mean. I know, well, the idea that you're gonna not take into the housing issue and not the election in 2022.
You know who is running against her though? Is Eric Smith.
Really? I don't know that person well enough to know.
How you feeling, Sarah? I think most of us can empathize.
Oh, yeah. I'm going back home next time. Yeah, I need thicker socks on and snow boots. And maybe a hat.
It's a little
Yeah,
chilly.
but I like how he says it, playing hockey.
Oh, no, it was a miserable year. It was a bad cold so what happened is I had to have the
Well, call him and use his phone for a
I
hospital.
had to go have surgery for that one first.
Right. It's like, no, what a building. What a building.
And that was using the bathroom. I had to go through physical therapy first. And then it was bad.
It'll be a lot better when I can.
It's your shoulders right now are probably used to it, but it's.
I don't know if we have Tori Jack.
Did you come on in the pandemic era?
No,
or
I've
you were here a
been
little
here
before?
for a while, but
Okay.
yeah, no, I was presenting quite a bit
Yeah,
during
yeah.
the pandemic era.
Well, I just want to say hi.
Thank you, Tori. Nice to meet you.
Trish, you look like a stylish nun.
Zorro's girlfriend.
Right? Stylish.
Check the calendar if you're around in a couple hours.
Oh, wait, oh, God, oh, no. Shit, we're not on the last item yet. Okay, we need to keep going.
Let's do that.
All right. All right, let's see.
Mayor, there was a request to do the resurfacing project.
Okay,
CDOT has a representative on WebEx.
all right. So we've actually got two more items
I knew it.
that are important this evening. We may be bumping some reports and updates, but we do have Park and Midland and the roundabout, but we're going to take those in reverse because we've got some participants that are with us that want to hear stuff. So, and then we've got restaurant activation, which could be somewhat of a quicker conversation. So let's go.
Thank you, council members and Mr. Mayor. I'm Jack Dannyberg, project manager with the engineering department. This evening, we're going to be discussing the CDOT State Highway 82 resurfacing project.
Can you start over, please? I wasn't aware that we had re-adjourned from the break.
Hi, Amy.
Hi. It's loud. It's a loud request.
Sorry?
What did Amy
Oh,
say we should
yes, I am
adjourn?
green.
I couldn't hear her. I don't know.
It's the white.
All right.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
You should use the voice of God feature again. I like that. Yeah.
Okay, I will.
That's my favorite thing now. Yeah.
God is a woman.
Yep.
And when I did sound, yeah, I used to have the,
Isn't that
That's gonna be good, guys.
yeah.
Okay, we are back on the air. We are picking up with our agenda. And this is about the roundabout improvements coming.
Thank you, everybody.
All right.
Yes, as Mr. Mayor said, this is about the CDOT Highway 82 resurfacing project. Some background on this project. In spring 2018, there were some major potholes in the Aspen roundabout, which directed council to have staff pursue the resurfacing of the roundabout in concrete. Staff had the roundabout analyzed with the help of Kimley Horn, and ultimately passed that analysis off to CDOT, who incorporated those improvements into their design process. In the summer of 2021, council approved $980,000 for the reconstruction of the Aspen roundabout. CDOT took that money, put the project out to bid, and ultimately awarded the project to United Companies, Inc. in January 2022. It's important to note that this is a CDOT project, and CDOT has been an exceptional partner for this project. They've incorporated information from the Aspen roundabout analysis. They have changed their plans to make the Aspen roundabout concrete. The construction schedule has been modified to accommodate local events and businesses. The construction methods have been modified to limit disturbance of the center of the Aspen roundabout. We've had permitting variances for the clear zone for tree replacement. And so this project came in, the budgeting, they budgeted $7 million for this project, and this project came in at $11 million. And CDOT saw this project as a critical component to our economy and coughed up the extra $4 million for this project.
Yay, thank you, CDOT.
It's important to note that this is CDOT making an investment for a critical component to our local economy and safety. And with that, I am going to hand it over to Tracy Truelove.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me all right? It's kind of my first time on this platform.
We got you.
Loud and clear. Hey, Tracy.
Hi, team. Nice to see you.
You too.
Thank you for having me this evening. I'm actually the contracted public information manager on this project, and I appreciate Pete, Trish, and Jack allowing me to come chat with you a little bit about it. Probably can go to the next slide, team. So one of the components that people I think have been a little concerned about is that during the roundabout portion of the safety and operational improvements, the county did agree to use the McLean Flats alternate route. Something that Jack's going to go into more detail on is that I think a lot of folks are worried about this being 7 months long. And when he goes a little more into detail, what you'll actually find out is the work on the roundabout begins middle of March with the clearing and grubbing of the trees, which won't have a lot of impacts. But in mid-May is when we start a little bit more of the work on the roundabout. But we're anticipated or in the contract, we're supposed to be done with that roundabout work by the end of June. So again, trying to get that work done before you start to see that real uptick in the traffic in Aspen in July. Go ahead, Jack. Oh, slides went fast. Okay. So one of the things to know is that CDOT has made a real commitment to providing a really robust public information program for this project. We already have a hotline number active. The email is updating the website now. Typically, we haven't even gone into our pre-construction meeting on this project, so we are starting to push this information, much sooner than we might normally. But one of the big things I wanted you to be aware of is we have several stakeholder meetings planned. Not this week, but next week we start to kick them off. One of the big ones is the local with the emergency management services and law enforcement. They will be big partners in this, whole traffic management part of the project. So that meeting happens next week, followed by ACRA is going to host a business sector town hall to talk about the project and be sure we're getting those event planners and wedding planners thinking about how to build in time to their itineraries when the project is happening. and then go Snowmass, RAFTA, the school district, and we're going to be attending the caucus meetings and HOA meetings, and I've already started that outreach. For the folks on Cemetery Lane, we will be boots on the ground for a lot of information. And I will just share that one of the biggest keys is for people to engage with the project and be part of our stakeholder list. I don't know how many of you are on my Gloaming Canyon stakeholder, traffic impacts I put out weekly, but this project will have that same cadence. Every week on Friday, there'll be a traffic impact document, so you can kind of plan and set the expectation for what's coming the next week. Jack, do you want to keep going through your presentation, and then I'll be here for questions?
Yep. Thank you, Tracy. So I just want to take you all through what the project is and what the impacts. We've gone through a lot of this information before. This is a lot of reminder information and trying to update everybody. So the project is going to start with the Aspen roundabout work. The beef of the project is going to start April, and it's going to go to mid-June, done before end of June. It's a reconstruction of the Aspen roundabout with a more durable concrete surface. There will be one lane around the Aspen roundabout throughout the project. What you can see in front of you here is to construct this detour outside the roundabout, it will require the removal of trees. The ABC Trail is on the northern portion of the Aspen roundabout, and a temporary trail detour will be constructed just north of its existing alignment. Delays can be anticipated during peak periods, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., and we will encourage commuters through public outreach to travel outside of these peak periods if possible. The next piece of the work is the Highway 82 corridor work. There is a significant amount of work going on from the Aspen Airport Business Center all the way to Castle Creek Bridge. They will be repaving all the asphalt. The Tie Hack, Underpass Bridge Deck, and Maroon Creek Bridge Deck are to be resurfaced. There will be guardrail replacement, ADA ramp replacement. This is a significant investment in this corridor of travel. There will be one lane each direction throughout the project. A lot of the asphalt repaving will be done as night work. You can go to the next slide. The last piece of the project is the Castle Creek Bridge work. CDOT will be replacing the western bridge joint and approach panels. This work will be done in September to accommodate our peak season. The traffic impacts will be it will go down to one lane. It will be one lane alternating. A similar traffic control plan will be implemented to the Castle Creek Bridge project in 2018. So I've gone through the scope of the work and some of the impacts. Now I want to discuss with you some potential mitigation measures to decrease impacts to local residents. I'm going to propose 3 mitigation measures. After, I will give opportunity for questions and whether you support each mitigation measure. The first mitigation measure is additional local traffic control. We've already gotten some concerned citizens coming out speaking about Cemetery Lane. With the McLean Flats detour, we anticipate increased traffic on Cemetery Lane. Increased traffic could lead to decreased pedestrian and bicycle safety. It could also make it more difficult for local vehicles to access Cemetery Lane. The Cemetery Lane bus route could also be impacted re-entering traffic at Red Butte Drive. Staff is proposing to make local traffic control available if necessary. The thought is to add a flagger to stop traffic inbound in the AM and outbound in the PM to create breaks in the traffic flow. Pedestrians, cyclists, local vehicles and the Cemetery Lane bus route would be able to utilize those breaks to access Cemetery Lane.
Are you
Yep,
going
hang on.
through each one first and then?
Yeah, I'm going to go through all three of these options, and I'll give you an opportunity to ask questions, and then I'll ask you if you support each one.
Thank you.
The next mitigation measure is transit. It's possible that this project will lead to delays in our local bus routes. And so what we are proposing is 2 additional buses during peak periods of the project. These buses will originally be allocated for Ruby Park to Intercept Lot, but they could be reallocated to other impacted routes if warranted. The cost is about $250,000 for 3 months of additional service, and that's 2 buses. As discussed, the construction of the Aspen Roundabout will require the removal of trees. CDOT would replant this area with grasses. This does not meet the high standards of City of Aspen aesthetics. Staff is asking for additional funding to fulfill this planting plan provided by the Parks Department that you are seeing here today. CDOT has to go into some detail about this, CDOT has a clear zone that's 25 feet beyond the edge of asphalt. This prohibits vertical structures or trees in this area. The removed trees exist in the CDOT designated clear zone. Staff has worked with CDOT to allow trees in this clear zone. So there is already $55,000 allocated for the replanting of these trees, and we're asking for an additional $35,000 to meet this Parks Department proposed planting plan. And with that, I'm going to open it up for questions about any of those mitigation measures or about the project in general.
Questions about the project in general to start? John?
I have a quick question. A constituent asked me this earlier today. The Western Bridge joint, when we had all the bridge work done, I believe you said it was in 2018. Was there an opportunity to replace that bridge joint at that time?
Yeah, so we went through some steps to look at how the city could do that. That was a city project. We came back with a cost for doing it. It's really expensive to replace that joint bridge. And we wanted CDOT with the experience and the people to do that because it's a different group. So at the time, with this in mind that they'd come back and do it, we deferred until they came back with their money to do it.
That's a good answer. Thanks.
Other general questions? Rachel?
Yeah, well, I can say I will support all of this, and then should we not need the second bus for the full season or whatever, we'll cut back. I definitely want the tree replanting. But on the local traffic control measures, are we also considering local traffic control measures in the West End? Because if the detour route is through the power plant road, and even when it's not the detour route, we're going to see an awful lot of extra traffic in those neighborhoods.
We're using the plan. They're using the exact plan that I used when we did the project earlier. So that same setup with the flaggers in each corner. And mind you, this is, they're scheduling this for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be less, but they're not going to commit to that. And so their setup that they have submitted with the contractor is to kind of mimic what we had. So the whole flush idea that we had where we got traffic out of town, they're on board with that. We just got to work with them through that as a staff here on how that looks. And
Okay, so is that in the 20,000 for local traffic control measures, or is that in the larger budget?
that's in the larger budget.
And you said that's for 3 days?
3 weeks.
3
weeks, okay. And would we be able to come back to us for more help in the West End if just the general conditions of the road are driving people more through the West End than ever before with the rest of the work that's going to be done on the corridor? I just see people taking the Cemetery Lane McLean Flats detour all summer long, regardless of whether they have to or not, because there's going to be other traffic delays on 82. And I just want to make sure we're not underestimating the need for safety and traffic control in the West End this summer.
My instinct tells me that we need to rely on the CDOT. If we see holes in it and CDOT can't cover those holes, I certainly would think that we'd come back.
Okay, thank you.
Ward.
Is there, I don't know how to phrase this without being negative. Can night work be done on the concrete work in the roundabout? I see that it's being utilized for asphalt, but how about, can that shorten the construction time on the roundabout?
I asked the same thing. No. Is the short answer. The reason,
Any other questions?
the reason is that there's not the space. It won't decrease the time or improve the condition for the traveling public.
And it's a much higher risk for worker safety that I would be very concerned about.
Good point. It's all right for asphalt workers to be at risk at night, but not concrete workers?
CDOT's making that choice.
Okay. No surprise.
Okay.
Pavement discrimination.
What about the 3 requests? Do you support the 3 requests?
Yeah, I do. I think that I thought you had overall questions, but yeah, the RAFTA is as needed, or is that all in and use it where we can?
We would need to make that decision to allocate those funds now. It's hard to get the transit program short notice, so we would have to start working on getting that transit programming now.
And RAFTA is going to be able to supply the drivers?
That's a hard question to answer, but they will try.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess it's a no-brainer for trees.
So you're a yes.
So the second item is the anticipation that the delays that are caused are going to get people into bus ridership. So this is increasing service to capacity.
Yeah, 2. One of the reasons you hit. The other one is bus delays. So if you start seeing bus delays between Maroon Creek, instead of 20 minutes, it's 27 minutes. You want to keep that down, and so you add the 3rd bus there to keep those times so bus delays are minimized. And the other one is, yes, you want to incentivize people to take the bus, and if the bus is moving through faster than traffic, you definitely want to utilize that tool.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and chime in before I pass it down the line here. I'm supportive of 1 and 3. I still have questions about number 2.
Could you tell us a little more about those questions?
Sure. The need and then the effectiveness of this as a transit mitigation. I just don't know if this is going to be effective. I could see there being benefit to it, but the benefit, I just don't know.
In addition to your answers from the transit view, I'd like for Tracy to jump on and talk a little bit about how those additional buses were an important part of how the Glenwood Bridge replacement and how this was a mitigation strategy also used there.
Successfully?
Yeah, well, I need you to probably define for me what your success parameters are to answer that, Tori. But my inclination is that if our routes are not running on schedule and are far off, we're actually going to force more people into cars.
That's right.
Than having them rely on the public transit system. And that's one of my concerns with us not offering some redundancy in our service during this unusual time. But please, Lynn, take it away. And then Tracy.
Get real close to your mic.
Oh, thank you. My first time in this room. Let me know if you can't hear me. Going back a few years to the bridge project, I think that's the example I would use and what we would look to put together with RAFTA. What we did for that project is put extra service between Aspen and Brush Creek. And quite frankly, after a few weeks, we found that wasn't where the demand was happening. What was happening is what Rachel referred to and Sarah referred to in town. We were running so behind. We needed service more to back up our own routes. So I think we would look to do the same with RAFTA if they're able to hire drivers, which we still need to work through. I think we would start with that service going to Brush Creek and hope that people, knowing that this project is coming, will utilize service from that location. However, if we find that we have a need elsewhere, we could look to reapply that service. Does that make sense? So I think
absolutely.
effectiveness, I think it will be effective. We just will have to get into the project and see where it is most useful.
Okay. Yeah, so for all best planning, this is a suggested mitigation strategy, and you think that it's worth the dollar value as well, and I'm listening to you as an expert.
Yes, yes, yes.
There you go.
Yes,
And-
yes, yes.
Tracy, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to comment from the CDOT perspective about the experience with the Glenwood Bridge. My understanding is both Ride Glenwood and the BRT service was increased to help minimize the delay times for passengers, or am I misunderstanding what happened a few years ago?
And it can be brief. We've got 5 yeses.
No, there was I'll be brief. Yeah, no, there was a lot of work with RAFTA to improve the amount of buses on the line. There was also a tremendous amount of just outreach to, construction companies thinking about how they're going to, maybe shift their time that they're coming up through that project. So there's a lot of things we can try, and I would just share that I'll be working closely with Denise and her team to make sure that we're covering what the city of Aspen needs for information out on the project as well.
I mean, oddly enough, this really is a great opportunity to try to get more people back on transit. And there is going to be bus queuing or bus priority to the extent they can within the queues. And, we lost ridership during the pandemic. This is a big opportunity, actually, to promote it getting back on and running on time and as close to on time as possible is key.
And I support that wholeheartedly, and I agree with you. I think the biggest benefit could be long-term and not just short-term. So that's exciting.
Dig.
All right.
You're good.
See.
Wonderful.
Questions answered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you all in person.
Thanks.
So now we'll pivot back to Park and Midland pedestrian improvements.
Park and Midland was done as a informational memo with this next
Yeah,
council
so
meeting?
it was done as an informational memo. We took your direction from the last meeting where you directed us to meet with the direct residents that were impacted by construction on the project. So the informational memo goes into detail. We met with almost everyone. There were some that we just couldn't get a hold of. We knocked on doors. But overall, we've met with everybody. It was really good conversations, honestly. Most of them filled out the papers to give you kind of an idea of whether they supported or not supported. The impact was less than several of them were expecting. They're very concerned. We've been through a lot of this, of the aesthetics. We're working through that with the ones that are directly impacted. The ones on the easterly side of things are pretty good with stuff, and they were okay with everything that was going on. There's still going to be the age-old one way, but the direct residents, that we've met with them on the preliminary scales were pretty cordial, and even the 3 or 4 that did not support it they're not freaking out.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions?
When does that start?
We're designing this year, so that'll be next spring. We're designing it in-house, and I don't know, we're probably 50%.
Thank you.
And you have this update in information onlys?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe that could be like a new answer in the Aspen voice. NFO, not freaking out option.
Okay.
All right. So I am Haley Guglielmo. I'm a senior project manager with the engineering department. Here tonight with Philip Sapino, Director of Community Development, Trish Aragon, City Engineer, Pete Rice, Division Manager for Engineering, to talk about the Restaurant and Retail Activation Program. So as you guys all know, the program's been around for about 2 years now. It was originally put into place as a response to COVID-19 to kind of give businesses an opportunity to utilize outdoor space when we had indoor capacity limitations. The current temporary program is set to expire on May 1st. So now we're looking beyond that date to what aspects of this program work really well for our community and we want to keep around for permanent programming, and what aspects don't really align with other city goals. So over the past 2 years, this has been brought to council a total of 5 times. Essentially before each season, we've asked council, what do you want the temporary program to look like for that winter or that summer? Each season, the program's been altered slightly to respond to current public health orders and also to help bring vitality to Aspen. So Trish, if you want to kind of give a background of what we've seen over the past 2 years.
I'm going to call it a living lab the last 2 years. We were able to experience our roadways in a new way. We reclaimed our parking spaces and used that for restaurant and retail activation. We also reimagined our public amenity spaces with our restaurants, using enclosed spaces for some of those areas, along with our sidewalks and our malls. Now, even though our malls we were using as for restaurant areas, we expanded that for winter use. So not only did we experience our right-of-way, public amenity spaces in a new way, we learned some lessons on how to make this safer. We learned what we liked, what needs improvement. And now this 2-year living lab has come to a close, and it's time to think about what we want to make permanent and what portions of this program need to expire.
All right, so as was done last fall, I'm going to run through the 7 different types of installations. And then at the end of the presentation, I'll open it up and ask for your feedback on what we want to keep around, what should be a permanent program, and what should be sunset with the May 1st deadline. So the first type of installation is the use of temporary structures within private property. Staff is going to recommend that this program be terminated. The temporary structures do not adhere to energy code, nor do they adhere to the commercial design standards. So our recommendation is to put temporary use reviews back into place. The next one is use of temporary structures within public parking spaces, and this follows suit with structures on private property. The same concerns apply, and we are recommending the removal of the 3 structures that currently reside in parking spaces. Next, we have the use of parking spaces without an enclosure, and staff recommends that this use continues. We've seen a lot of vitality within the right-of-way. We've heard a lot of feedback that people enjoy dining outside. They've enjoyed the spaces. And so we are asking if this should be implemented into a permanent program. We would develop that program with public input and also an analysis on the appropriate right-of-way lease fees. Next use is public parking spaces for takeout. We've seen that short-term designated parking spaces has helped with the parking availability within the core and also parking compliance within the core. So we recommend that this use continues. Next activation type is activations on the walking mall. The only change here we would like for input from council is whether or not this should be expanded to the winter months. Next, we have activations on sidewalks, and we recommend the continued use of the sidewalks for restaurants. Just like the mall, we'll ask if this is something that we should continue in the winter months or keep it at just summers where it currently sits. Lastly, the last activation type is short-term retail activations. And last fall, it was decided to end this type of installation and to utilize special use permits when appropriate. And we recommend that this continues to be the approach. So those are the types of activations. In regard to right-of-way fees, last fall, a rate of 59 cents per square foot per month was established. It equates to about $1,000 for a 150-day installation of a typical activation. And I will add that prior to the pandemic, the mall lease rate was at $4.43 per square foot per month.
Did I hear you right? It would be $1,000 for 150 days of use?
Yep, and that's what we saw this past
That was
winter.
for emphasis to the public record.
Emphasis.
No, I mean, I'm just,
It's nothing.
it's nothing, and it's taking money away from the transportation fund. You know, every time there's not a space available to park, it's less money to support a Galena Street shuttle in the summer.
We are unable to hear on WebEx at the moment.
Thank you, God.
All right, so that's a quick rundown of the 7 types of installations, a look at where we're at with current fees.
I want to mention one thing about the fees. Fees can be used as a way to encourage or discourage the type of use you want to see.
Right.
If you want to see more of something, the fees can encourage that. If you want to see less of something, the fees can also influence that.
Right, right. I mean, there just starts to be a point where my brain goes, well, why don't we let private citizens activate parking spaces for $1,000 for 150 days and forget having to have a business on the other side of the sidewalk? You know, we're creating the cheapest, single, lowest price per square foot availability for marketing in the single highest priced resort in the country, but only making it available to existing business owners. We should make it available to all of our citizens and have a lottery for parking spaces. I think we could get a lot more creativity there.
$200 a month is very inexpensive.
I would live there. I would live in a parking space for that rate.
Yeah, so we will come to kind of that fee structure and what we should be looking at with this permanent implementation. Before we get there, I would like to run through the decision points kind of in order as I have it laid out.
Yep.
The first one is questions for council on the use of temporary structures. Should the temporary use reviews be put back into place and this kind of temporary program with temporary structures on private property be terminated? And then secondly, is there any place for temporary structures within the city right away?
Okay.
So let me run through 2 more to kind of see the whole picture, and then I'll hand it back and we'll come back to this slide.
All right.
So after temporary structures, we'd like input on the 5 types of installations within the right-of-way, and if we should work towards establishing a permanent program with appropriate right-of-way fee structures. And then also, should the mall and sidewalk activations be extended to the winter? And then the big question is this next slide, which is, what should this right-of-way fee structure look like? Do we want, as Trish said, do we want to encourage the use of the right-of-way, or should it be looked at solely the financial benefit that these businesses will receive from the extra space?
Can you go back one slide for a question?
Mm-hmm.
Just so I understand the intersection of this. Bearden and Aspen Tap were 2 examples that had both at some point, right-of-way and private property. And so in staff's recommendation, they could keep the right-of-way on the sidewalk, but they couldn't keep that whole sort of interior private corridor area. Okay, just want to make sure I understand.
If it's a permanent structure.
That's correct. So the distinction that's being made in the recommendations is about structural versus non-structural activations. And this particular slide is focused on non-structural activations, and engineering has a recommendation around that. Community development's recommendation around structures is very different. And I'm
Which
happy
is to get rid of them.
Yes, and I'm happy to unpack the rationale behind that.
I would love for you to do that.
Up 1 slide, because I think it does make the most sense to start with this discussion on temporary
Sounds
structures.
good. All right, we'll kind of take a quick vote, and then we'll follow up with discussion if anybody wants to make their positions more known and explained. So we can start with number 1, temporary structures on private property. There's not a bunch of them, but we can just look around. What is everybody thinking here? I'm actually a thumbs up to maintain. I think staff recommendation was to eliminate. 2 reasons were energy code efficiency and that the necessity for expanded capacity has waned. I still, when I think about the ones that I know of for activation this summer, they are basically covered adjacent spaces to existing brick and mortar. So I'm good with this one. I'm supportive.
Like keeping it or staff's recommendation?
For keeping it.
For keeping it.
For allowing temporary structures on private property.
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes if it's fully mitigated, just like the other square footage would be.
Well, so that's kind of one of the threshold
Yeah.
issues. They've never been fully mitigated.
They've never mitigated any housing.
No,
Well, wait, they did pay some-
we assessed one round of a modified affordable housing fee on these structures for the winter season this year.
Yes.
Okay.
Prior to that, they've never mitigated. And I just want to state so that we're extremely clear about what we're talking about. Prior to the pandemic, we would just look at this as an addition to an existing structure. They would be paying 6-figure affordable housing mitigation fees. They would be going through full commercial design review in front of the Historic Preservation Commission, if they even could expand the square footage of their buildings to begin with. We haven't assessed that at all on any of these properties. And from a structural and building code standpoint, they are safe structures. We would not allow people to occupy safe structures. These do not meet full building code structural requirements, life safety requirements, and they certainly don't meet energy code requirements. And so again, prior to the pandemic, this would have been treated as an expansion of a commercial building downtown and reviewed as such and applied the same regulations. So I just want to be really clear about why staff's recommendation is to eliminate these, because we haven't done 75% of that regulatory work that prior to the pandemic was extremely important to this community for our department to conduct. And so if council directs us to keep them, we would keep them for one more season and come back and have the same conversation over again.
I'm supportive of one more season.
Just to sort of zoom out, and it's a little hard to tease apart permanent, temporary, or that, but I think the activation of these spaces has been extremely successful for the community. I think people have really enjoyed it, whether it's in a parking space or the little cove in front of local. I think the community in general has loved having that place to gather, additional seating space. So I want to find a way to make that work, but I think there's a lot of work that we will need to do to sort of create the right framework to balance community interests. So what you're talking about is super important to me as well. And yeah, I think it's going to take a lot of work to figure that out, because what I don't want to do is come down so heavy-handed on some of those spaces that we preclude the thing that we say we miss and want, which is locally approachable business and opportunity, right? Like, I'd like someone to be able to sell a $5 burrito and make a profit on it, and not have to put like gold leaf on it and sell it for $100 because of, but also be mindful of our community needs. So I think that there's just a lot of work that goes in here, but I do want to see stuff happening in these spaces, and how do we get there?
So would you support them going forward in the same program as over this past winter, with that work that you're talking about happening over the course of this year as we?
I mean, I don't see the value in just punting and coming back to the same place. I also recognize ComDev has
a little busy,
has stuff that I feel like is more important to do now on their schedule than this. I think this is important, but I think this could wait a year or two to get done. And my honest view is like, we're doing all this affordable housing work. The next conversation after we have a roadmap to yes is going to be like, well, what's the point of living here if I can't interact with anything in town? And so I think that the affordable business conversation comes next. So, I don't feel like we have to do it now, but I do think it's going to be important to solve for. Rachel, you're doing a lot of head shaking, and I'd love to understand why.
I'm really lost on this. At this point, I think the more something that's temporary that gets renewed again and again and again becomes permanent. And I think it starts to be really unfair to people who didn't find a way to build a temporary structure on the little bit of public open space on their lots. And so that open space element that was required by our land use code has been totally wiped out. It's full of tables and seats, and it's not usable space unless you're planning on dropping 30 or 40 bucks for a meal. So it's really changed. I think it's created a lot of inequities in the business community. And, beyond that, it gets really hard to come in, somebody else saying, I'm building 500 square feet and these are your fees, but I have 500 square feet that I only get for $1,000 for $150 a month, or nothing, no new money if it's on their private property. And it wasn't mitigated. How can you tell one person they have to mitigate, that we uphold this, we're really important, but you don't, because we really like it? And you're right, it would take a lot of work to find out what's a reasonable fee and so on and so forth. But what I see this doing is simply allowing the local landlords to charge much higher rates and to continue to raise rates. We saw a few back off when we put in some rate money subsidy, but all you're doing is you're creating a higher retail rent environment and driving out those local small town businesses. This is how much you made last year based on the space that we're giving people away for almost nothing, and telling them that what used to be an open space requirement of their building and their property is now commercially leasable. And who's profiting from it? It's just the landlord. And it does create more employee demand. When you say, okay, I've got 20 tables, no, I got 30 tables. You got 30 tables, you need one more line cook and you need one more server. And we're already short. I mean, it wasn't over-tourism what we heard all last summer from people, how miserable it was in town? Not how great and active it was how miserable it was. So I'm just not, it's okay. Whatever happens, there'll be a majority on this board one way or the other. But for me, no, I don't believe that we should do this. I think some of those structures are pretty ugly, too. I don't think they're cute. I don't think they're aesthetic. I think they were done with what we could do during the pandemic. And for me, they look like remnants of the pandemic staying on.
John, do you want to first? I'd like to.
Yeah, I just wanted to, since we were talking about parking in the downtown core with the living lab we're planning, it seems to me that we're renting these spaces out for less than the parking that we would be getting from them would generate in the same amount of time.
Yeah.
That's an issue for me. The energy code violations, or whatever you want to call them, that is huge for me. That's reason enough for me to say enough with this. Just because, we're supposed to be focused on our greenhouse gas emissions. It's one of our top 3 goals. And for us to be promoting this rubs me the wrong way. And then lastly, I just feel it's an unfair advantage, like Rachel said. And that's another reason just to end this. I don't think we should be giving businesses unfair advantages over other businesses.
Yeah, so just to jump in on that, and I actually agree with the deficits in the current implementation that you guys are talking about. I mean, the unfair advantage is there. Part of that is because it's tied to the existing business, and that was sort of seen as the way in, that it would be acceptable, because going back forever, anytime we've talked about affordable business, existing affordable local businesses say, hey, it's unfair, we did it this way, how can somebody else come in and do that? But at the end of the day, that's just a losing strategy that I think we have to look past, because every one of the, well, not everyone, there's still some around, most of those businesses that sort of protested that over time got pushed out and they're just gone. And we're eventually going to end up in a place where there are no local businesses for anyone. And so the opportunity in these spaces, not the private property, but in the public spaces, is to create a secondary market, a place where we can set the rents. we can say what this costs, and so we'll give people the opportunity in that free market to compete for the local business. And maybe Meat and Cheese decides to lease that space, but maybe John does, right? I mean, and really that's ultimately the only
I don't
path.
think that we're anywhere near that, though, Skippy. We're not offering people in town parking spaces to lease to start a small business.
I understand that.
We're talking about extremely high rent-paying landlords receiving free public space
Well,
in what was supposed to be open space.
Right, well, we're talking about both of those things.
I'm going to put a point of clarification in here. The question is not whether to allow it or not. The question is, should the temporary use reviews and the associated requirements be placed back on these properties? There's another time for you to have the debate whether an applicant is appropriate or not. So right now, the question is, do you want to go back to your pre-pandemic process for reviewing these requests?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I'm trying to have a conversation to figure out where I land in that. Because I think, historically, like, as you said, temporary becomes permanent. So continuity of use, to me, makes it more likely that we're going to get to the place that I hope we can get to. And I see the shortcomings that you guys are talking about. So I'm just trying to figure out
Wherever
the
you
way
land's
there,
fine with me, Skippy. I land where I land.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to have a conversation.
I know,
And
but-
understand where you're coming from, which is why we're here.
Okay, we've got a yes, go back to pre-pandemic reviews. Yes, go back to pre-pandemic reviews.
I would default to your position, but I think it's worth
Right.
better conversation.
I'm a no, because I'm thinking of, it's Ajax Tavern, it's those local structures, it's the patio at Mezzaluna, it's the Jing, it's all places that actually have seating. All this to me does is continue their ability to cover that, basically.
Yeah.
It's still open air, but covered. Where are you at? For number one.
Looking at number one, I think that we served our purpose to answer the needs for restaurants when the public health order called for decreased capacity. I don't think that we should allow temporary structures that don't meet health and safety, building codes, or energy efficiency. I believe in activation of those private spaces, but not temporary structures. So I'm opposed to extending the use for temporary structures on private property, but for the activation and use of that property with umbrellas, but not permanent, or what have become permanent
Mayor
structures.
Tory, just a point of clarification.
Yeah.
Haley, do you mind walking council through staff's recommendation about activation of sidewalks relative to businesses going forward? Because there's some content there that I think can respond a little bit to something I've heard from Councilmember Mesereau and from Councilmember Howenstein in terms of continued activation and how that relates to structures or not.
And just before you start that, I don't think there should be activation if there's not free passage on the sidewalks.
Understood.
So our recommendation for use of the sidewalks is to continue allowing restaurants to utilize that space, provided there is adequate area for pedestrians to pass through.
Amen.
The first question just came down to whether the temporary structure should be in place or not. If we've moved on from that, we can take a look at specific activations within the city right-of-way.
Have we gotten to number two?
I don't think we've moved on from it. We wanted to give you context of
They were just
the
showing-
sidewalk areas, allowing the types of uses with umbrellas and tables, is part of this plan too.
And how that relates to private property is that under the pre-pandemic regulations, let's use local as an example, they had activated that space with tables and umbrellas. And there would be nothing that would preclude them from doing that again if we snap back to pre-pandemic regulations. So I hope that speaks at least a little bit to what I'm hearing about sort of ongoing activation, but in a non-structural.
Yeah, I mean, it does, and I think that that's great, and it's not for nothing, right? But I think if you just like Meat and Cheese, for example, in the parking spaces, right now, I think town is better off for having that activation than for not having that activation. But I recognize because of the temporary and reactive nature for which we approached COVID, it is less less perfect than we'd like that flushed out. And so I'd rather see us move in a direction of flushing that out into something that can be replicated, that we're proud of, rather than just disappearing it and then hoping that we come back around, which very rarely happens around here.
Okay.
Where are we on
You
this?
have three, on number one, you have 3 members of council that have said that they would like to go back to the temporary use reviews for private property.
Yes.
Okay? For clarity, I'm not one of them.
Correct.
Okay, number 2, temporary structures in the public parking spaces. Temporary structures. And this summer. Okay. I will start off. I am not for continuing the temporary structures in public parking spaces. That I am again, maybe I'm getting the question wrong, but
That's okay,
This one's easier.
This is a different question
Thank
than
you.
number one.
Okay.
Number two is, do you want these temporary structures in parking spaces? Do you want them on this public space?
No.
On number 2, I am option number 1, revert to existing code.
And I will
Yeah.
appreciate my colleagues and strongly disagree. I would love to have them, and here we are.
and again, I understand the direction you're going. I don't think we have that figured out, and I
We
don't.
don't.
think-
I mean,
and
we
I don't
don't.
think we're going to figure it out. And so I'd like to get there, but we're not going to
Well,
get
can
there.
I ask this question, though? Because I appreciate that, and I also agree that with what we have for staff, this is not the most important use of our staff's time right now, but I do want to get there. So can we have some agreement that this is something that we can take on, whether that's in a year or 2 years from now, as an
years.
important, as an important agreement, because this is a critical
bad
piece
joke.
to solving local business.
I want to have the discussion.
I have a
Absolutely.
lot of things I'd like to have discussions on that haven't risen to the top of the list, even though they've been part of our joint meetings. And, for me, Skippy, part of this is supporting the pedestrian plan on Galena Street and being willing to say we're going to get rid of 40 parking spaces right in the core. And if we're doing that, I'm going to put some parking spaces back that were part of activation in the past. And until I see how it all sorts out, I don't know if I have parking spaces to make available for public parking. But I'm trying to fulfill your goal of making the downtown ever more pedestrian-oriented across this Galena corridor. But again, when you say we're taking 42 spaces out, I don't see using a lot of spaces for expanded landlord profits, because that's where I see it just simply going to. It's not going to the business owner per se, because if you make a little more money, they raise the rents next year. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and I agree, right? If it's
Okay.
tied to that adjacent commercial privately owned space, that's true. If it's not, it doesn't have to be, but it is for now.
No, it
is for
doesn't
now.
matter. If I have to park here and walk 3 blocks, that's fine, as long as I found a parking space. And if that parking space was taken by Meat and Cheese and Kimosabi and the Creperie, then it doesn't matter if it's adjacent to the business or not.
Well, I meant if it was tied to a private business. Sorry.
Okay,
So you got
you had
3,
4 and 1.
there you go.
Councilmember Doyle, just to be clear, I didn't catch a comment from you on question number 2.
I am against temporary structures in public parking places.
Thank you.
Not against them, I'm just, I think their time has passed.
Understood. And so community development will begin outreach to the affected businesses in the coming weeks to inform them that at the expiration of the current resolution from council, that the structures on private property in the right-of-way will have to be removed when the resolution expires. Thank you.
Thanks, Philip.
All right, on to number 3. Activations in public spaces, but not an enclosed structure. So working out something, I think Poppycock's is one of the best examples of this. They had, I think, 3 parking spots out in front of their establishment. They had tables and chairs and umbrellas and appropriate barricading as well. Safety barricades are still part of that. Is that the kind of thing without the buildings? Do you want activations in public spaces with not an enclosed structure?
This is public parking spaces.
It is.
I'm basically in the same place on this,
Right.
at
Same.
least for
Option.
now.
I'm option 1.
Okay. so
Revert.
Revert.
Same.
Wait, okay, so, I'm
So
sorry,
no-
I just
no
now keep seeing these
activations.
options. Okay, I'm looking at two
Not in
different
public
sheets.
parking places.
Page 213.
Not when
Yeah,
people are
yeah.
complaining about losing parking places.
Yeah,
Can't do it.
yeah, there you go. Revert to existing code, gotcha.
And that's 3
Yes.
up here that are saying that, so that'll be council direction. But this is again, one of those places where, a long-term strategy on this, I think will serve us best. Have a good evening, Sarah.
Yeah, thank you.
Sarah,
Thanks for sticking it
Sarah.
out.
Sorry, we ran
that
late.
mean Ward needs a hat?
We-
Ward, do you need a hat?
Next time.
My hat's in my locker.
Okay, so direction is not now, but there is two fists that are interested in that conversation going somewhere someday.
3.
Number 4, use of parking spaces to facilitate takeout service. I would just comment that this has been somewhat successful. In some places it was successful, in others it wasn't. I, again, am going to say that I don't want to support this going forward. I think that as part of what we were just talking about with the Galena and Cooper plans coming forward, that there was an eye looking towards short-term and such. So I think we're going to be looking at opportunities. For example, currently, our paid parking system already has a free 15 minutes that you're allowed to get. But anyway, just for conversation, I am not in favor of the designated takeout service parking spots continuing. Other input?
I think I'm more closely aligned with you on that. I was thinking at the very least, cut it back to 1 per block. But even beyond that, I started thinking, what about if you installed some of the actual parking meters that have the half-hour limit on a few more blocks and know that those spots will open up more frequently? And I'm not saying we have to, but I was just thinking, would that help with that? You know, we have a few where people, theoretically run in and run out. But as I said before, I'd really like to think about, would 20 minutes better than 15 minutes make more sense for people? And maybe have more spots that are near Restaurant Row or something like that, that become they're gonna turn over faster spots. And that was the only thought. But otherwise, I will support you with no more takeout-only allocated parking spaces. If we make a few more spaces for convenience for people in and out, maybe that'll take care of it.
So what I heard during the safety in the downtown core is that we did want to add some of those areas where you needed to run in and run out for whether it was, you know,
We
Pharmacy,
want to,
that kind of
yes,
stuff.
maintain,
Okay.
if not even improve people's ability to access for,
Okay.
shorter durations that are accommodating to them. So I would say, that's something, and Rachel just gave you a couple different maybe
Right.
strategies. Is that something that you guys can just take and look at and
Yes.
think about? Okay. Well, that's only 2 of us sounding in so far.
I'll go along with what you're saying, as far as, I don't think it's been entirely successful. I see people just sitting in their cars, idling, not necessarily going to pick up their takeout food. And your point about, we get 15 minutes of free parking on, so, yeah, I don't see the logic in keeping that going.
Okay.
I do like Rachel's idea of parking meters,
Just a
half
couple
hour
here and there.
here and there.
I am least supportive of the takeout spaces. I don't have a need for them. If you guys feel that we should have them, that's okay. The other things I would like to keep all of.
I've changed my position on this. I'll go with option option number 1, reverting the code. I think that there are the 15-minute parking spaces that are free. There are metered spaces in each block, I think.
Or could be.
Yeah, people can run in it, better yet, that they take the bus or walk to pick it up. So I was going to alter the code, so I've changed from 3 to 1.
Thank you.
Question number 4, I am option number 1.
Okay. Number 5, activate, is that clear?
Yes.
You good through number 4?
Yes.
Number 5, activations on the walking malls. Examples here are Alena and Red Onion. And the reason that Alena and Red Onion, I guess, are the 2 examples here is, for example, Red Onion was given 40 feet, I believe, perhaps in the middle of the mall. And Alena was new to moving to the middle of the mall. They had restaurant frontage seating, but they also moved to the middle of the mall. I want to start this conversation with saying that I would love CCLC to be re-engaged in these mall leases.
In what way?
You know, the program.
Microphone.
The program has changed. You know, I was honored to sit on council when we were talking about reactivating the malls and getting food service out there. And the concept at that time was really about more cafe-style seating. It wasn't about setting up an entire bar on the mall. It wasn't about setting up a large backstop of a waiter and bus station. It was really about being able to serve on the mall. And I think we've lost some of the really charm and real relaxing comfort that we
Cafe effect, as opposed
cafe
to it's
effect.
an outdoor nightclub.
and where it's quarantined off, it's stanchioned off. This is our space. Anyway, I just think CCLC should be weighing in on this more. It was something that I think that they did used to, and then our clerk's office took over the responsibilities and the oversight there. And I just think that I'd like to get CCLC back onto deciding some of these terms. But nonetheless, activations on the walking malls, yes, I'm still in favor of activations. I just think that they need some refinement.
So you're reverting
To existing code,
to existing?
or continue the temporary program.
I'm in favor of continuing the temporary program. I like the activation on the malls.
In the winter as well?
No.
Summer only.
To clarify on this one, reverting to existing is actually allowing activations to happen in the summer, not in the winter.
Yes.
And it also includes this CCLC loop, because that's what we used to do. that.
Then if that's included in the, yes, then revert to that. Yes. Yes. That's,
Thank you. Thank you for that, Tori. The only thing I've said before in the mall leases, I just want to reiterate, is that at some point in time, they seem to extend the entire length of the mall, and there's no ability to cut through. We have those cute little bridges for people to cut through, but there's nothing worse than having to go all the way around the mall and back up just to hit a shop on this side. And we've got to have some pass-through areas in those leasing spaces.
And Tori, would it be your intention that CCLC defines the available space for summer activation?
I'm interested in starting the conversation with CCLC to see what maybe their oversight should look like. I don't want to prescribe it. I just have felt like there could be better community collaborative oversight, and CCLC would be the board that does that.
And for staff, what is, if we revert, what determined the size of the mall activation a couple of years ago?
It's a great question.
The clerk's office is the primary point of contact on mall leases.
Okay.
And so the parameters and the permit process are all run out of that office. So I don't know if anybody at this
We
table.
look at it, what's suggested by the mayor is to revert, but to transfer that responsibility to CCLC.
Or to involve them.
Or to involve them, to
Okay.
work in concert with the clerk's office, because at the end of the day, the clerk's office does monitor liquor licensing and compliance and things like that, so
Okay.
Jim True has some input.
Yeah, I support that position.
Well, at one time, we had a very defined program about along frontage, store frontage. And then there was some leaping into the middle of the mall because some of the areas on the Hyman Street Mall were below ground, and they just tried to make it equal. But they did have to, and a lot of these issues do relate to the liquor license and having the actual area of liquor service defined with some separation for liquor
Whole
service, so
premise.
you can't bring it out of there.
Yeah, and some locations are adjacent to their, somewhere in the middle of the mall.
Yeah, but they were still trying to be adjacent to where their store frontage was, depending on your definition of adjacent.
Tori, I really like what you brought forward in terms of what they're growing to be. And it's not necessarily the organic vision that was there of, real cafe life. And I think that what you've put your finger on, we really need to have a little bit more of defined or direction to the CCLC or to the clerk's office, however it is, about whether it's no large stands or no furniture over X height, or what it is that you're really starting to feel, because otherwise it's, even if it's still always subjective, you have to have at least a few guidelines of what character you want or something like that. But I really think we should give some clarity to that, and I think it's a great comment. I think it's very accurate in terms of how the mall has felt different over recent years in the summer. But we need to tell them what that is. And we've had times when there's battling music from the two different groups, and who gets control of the loudspeakers, and this sort of thing. So I think really coming up with some expectations of quality standards and the aesthetics of fitting in the town. You can't have one person's music ruin the other person's $50 dinner.
$50 dinner?
The chips are always good.
More input. Well, right now, there's sentiment for keeping activation on the malls, but using a previous structure and adding and improving that to involve CCLC, and not extending to the winter season at this time. But this end of the table needs to be heard. A thumb up at the bottom end.
I'm on board with that, and I agree wholeheartedly with what you said about these outdoor activations taking on a life of their own and needing to rein that in a little bit.
We'll move on then to number 6, activations on sidewalks.
I have to say, the one thing that really concerns me is the inequity of our sidewalk situation. We made the sidewalks wider on purpose to show what pedestrian orientation could be around that whole Wheeler block. And those guys have spaces to have real chairs out. But a lot of the others aren't really wide enough for two couples to pass each other as they are now, let alone putting stools out in sidewalks. So I'm not going to say I don't like it. I'm going to say I'm okay with it. I do think it's good. I think it adds a lot to the town. But I'd like whatever fees are escrowed in an account to widen the sidewalks in other places, or start to put that money towards when are we going to do more pedestrian orientation in the downtown. So that's where I'll land on that one.
Okay, so there's support for maintaining activation on sidewalks, but again, looking to refine the program.
And in the summer, when there's
And in
no
the
snow
summer,
dangers.
not winter. Down this end, still in support of activation on sidewalks. John?
Yes, I am.
And again?
I support it, but it has to have adequate passage, like
Amen.
the barrels they put in front of,
Aspen Tap.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there were some constrained walkways that were difficult, and, yeah, it's a point of contention for me, because I just hate to think of anybody who struggles with access on our sidewalks being confronted with that. I would hate for that to ever happen.
Needs to pass like the baby stroller and Bernedoodle test side by side.
Or the wheelchair test. One other kind of question, when we're talking about activation on sidewalks, are we predominantly talking about restaurants? Or are we talking about sales racks of clothing outside the front of the restaurant?
We are not talking about sales racks. Sales racks, that's never been a permitted.
Okay, I just wanted to make
We were
sure we
allowing
weren't.
some retail, but that's not on the table.
Okay, but a retail location could do that perhaps by asking for the short-term reactivation permission, which is our next item. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
There are standards in the land use code to permit for a temporary use of that nature that.
Yeah,
and those have
which
been in
is
place.
okay,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to make sure we weren't reverting to something bigger.
Max.
I do want to mention, go back to the sidewalk
The nightmare
space
that is
that,
10 max.
that was mentioned, the sidewalk space, the effective area for pedestrians and sidewalks when we add in activations. We did go below national standards when we did our, activation program intentionally to try and,
See.
yeah. Okay, we learned. We are going to go back to national standards to, allow activation, still have, what I've heard, still allow it, but we're gonna make sure that there is enough, the appropriate space for pedestrians and Bernedoodles and strollers and all those things.
Sounds good. Okay, that's number 6.
Maybe we need chalk lines.
We have done that. We have, believe me, we've done that.
And Tricia, I overall, God, everybody in the city works so hard, and especially on that. I mean, Mitch and Nicole were literally pounding the pavement 5 days a week, making sure, fielding complaints, getting compliance, and I will say, a great majority, if not all, of the restaurants were understanding and and did their best to comply. Very rarely was there just blatant disregard for that request. So it's not a huge problem, but it's like, again, if any single person that needed access was not able to, I would just hate for that to be the case. And I've seen it happen once or twice, and it's not pretty. Let's move to number 7 then, short-term retail activations. I want to add to this conversation before council weighs in. I would say this, I really did not support the retail activations that I saw. I had some issues with the length of term of them as well, but just the retail activation. What I did like was the event activation. So we saw some establishments not pulling their wares out into the street, but just simply having gatherings outside. And I did like those. I thought those were great, and I thought the scheduling of them really worked in the sense that people were setting them up for, most often it was an event from 5 to 8, 9 p.m. or whatever, and I did enjoy that. But before we even weigh in on that stuff, because I want to hear more. The one thing I wanted to add to this category was about what council did with the bike shops this past summer. And I want us to keep that in mind because it falls into this. If council wishes to continue that ability for a parking spot to be used for bike rentals and what we heard from, anyway, I just want to put that in this bucket so that council can have a chance to weigh in on that because it is something that council previously supported. So here we are, number 7. This is short-term retail activations. Again, I'm not in favor of the short-term retail activations, but I do want to have more of a conversation with council about either temporary event or bicycles as well as part of this conversation. I'll start down this end.
Yeah, I'm against retail activation. I would entertain special events, but I would put some borders on that, where we saw special events and retail activation, where somebody would bring in an outside retailer that directly competed with a storefront that they were in front of. That's a no-no for me. So I'd have to revisit the special events activation, but for retail activation, I'm against it. And Tori, I know we did an exception, and I think there was only one bike shop that was involved in one parking spot. Is that right?
No, there was a couple more. There was the one over by Butcher's Block, Aspen Bike and Tours. They actually took probably a little larger length. Then we had underneath Radio was Basalt
Yeah.
Bike and Ski. They took one space. And then we also had the Hub, which is relocated down by the art museum. They wanted to do a space, but they never got their delivery of their rental bike fleet, so they forwent it because they just weren't gonna use it. So there was 3, possibly 4, and I say possibly 4, meaning coming up, there could be 4.
In the one you're talking about by Butcher Block is, used to be Stapleton
Correct.
Sport.
Yep,
I didn't know that they used a parking space.
on Durant.
Okay.
And they did nice planter boxes around it. They truly have the largest fleet, I think, and they did use a decent amount of space for that, so.
Yeah, I'd like to review that, but I'd be open to that. But from what I saw with retail activation, no.
John?
I think I'm mirroring what Ward said. I'm against retail activations. I would like to revisit bikes in the street because more people we can get on bikes, the better. So that's a good trade-off. And then the last thing was, what?
Special events?
Special events. And I really enjoyed a few special events, especially a couple that happened outside Fat City. So I would support looking back into that.
That's where I am too. In bikes, I'd rather almost make it a short-term activation, transportation mobility, define it as different from retail. But I'll take a look at that too in the future. But I'm supportive. I'd like to keep the bike shops that we can have, and that's a little bit of a change of position. I really do think they should rent the space they need, but we don't have that space. So there we go. And I do want to do exactly what you said, encourage more bicycle use. But I really want to differentiate it, that is, those are businesses supporting our mobility goals. They're not just jewelry.
Skippy?
I got a report that WebEx couldn't hear John.
Yeah.
You repeat yourself.
I'll repeat what I said. I agreed with what Ward had to say. I'm against the short-term retail activations. I am for outdoor event space, and I'm also for the space for bicycles because I think the trade-off between giving them a free parking space and encouraging people to be on bikes is exactly what we're after. Thanks.
Thanks, John. Skippy?
I think we have direction.
Okay. Very good. All right. Does that make sense on those 7 topics?
Yes.
All right.
Say 2?
So almost.
All right.
Brain is fried.
Can I, for this one? So I've heard, we've said, the council has given direction no to a lot of the use of the right-of-way for restaurants and for activations. I guess what we're really talking about now is sidewalks.
The sidewalks, the mall, and then any parking spots for bike use.
Mm-hmm.
With those 3 uses in mind, we'd kind of like to open it up of how should we be structuring the fee schedule? Should we be encouraging the use of the right-of-way and thus having lower fees? Should we be accommodating for what their financial gain is?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, a question first?
I was just going to say, I have literally no context in which to make this decision. I'd be throwing a dart at best. And I'd like some better information to make that decision. I don't know if we could revisit this at a later time, but, you know, what are people paying per square foot inside a heated building? Plus, you know, I don't have any context to begin. And also, I really want to get away from just the how much per square foot. I want to know what somebody's really renting. If it's a 20 square foot thing, let's start using that as a metric and how much that would equal. But, you know, otherwise, it's just too much math to try to do to see, is this a reasonable rate or is this just a total giveaway? And I don't have any context to make those calls with this.
Didn't we do away with the winter rate, so that top one is winter activation?
Yeah, so that one's easy.
Okay,
Well,
that's easy.
And the question is really, should we do an analysis and come back? That's what we're asking.
Yes,
Sidewalks and
Yeah.
leases, sidewalks and malls.
yes.
Okay, your additional question, then I'm gonna come back
Well,
to
I mean, you framed the question as should we discourage or encourage? And I mean, doing some rough math, $250 a square foot, a 10 by 10, it's $250 a month. That'll fit a table at a restaurant or a small little pop-up thing. $250 per month, I can't imagine that's discouraging, but do you find that it is?
I have heard, well, some restaurants that may not have a higher price point won't even do that. The Grateful Deli is an example. They will not, like that's not.
They're takeout.
Yeah, but they do have those tables out, you know, like it's.
But they're not
so
going to get
it's-
extra business from having those tables because everyone's just grabbing and go.
You don't want to sit at Grateful Deli on Main Street.
Yeah,
You sit there until your sandwich is ready.
yeah.
Like I did today.
Okay, so, Rachel's comment about some context for this, and then Skippy's comment about incentivizing or discouraging is really, I do think we need to come back to this because what this council typically shoots for is equitability and fairness. So I don't think we're really wanting to say this encourages or this discourages because we may not know the exact. So can we come back to this? Can we?
Yeah.
Get a little bit more, as Rachel, one suggestion, not just broken down by square footage, but what are people actually paying? Like, what does it calculate out?
How much space?
What does it look like? And then we can figure out, you know, how we feel, if that's equitable, if we feel like we want to start utilizing it as a tool.
Well, and I guess you know, more information is fine, but you know, I don't think we're asking for some giant comparative
no,
analysis.
thank you.
Because for me, like,
No.
the existing numbers seem very approachable to start with. Maybe we'd go higher, and I don't think that would discourage, so I do want to have some sense, but like,
Yeah, and I
Miles.
like the way that Tori married those two thoughts together of context and what do we want to encourage or
Yeah.
discourage. And then perhaps you can have some differential rates for those things, or you can have some things that just, you can't buy it even if you have enough money. But I think starting to think about what we really want in those spaces.
Yeah.
And then we can talk about what encourages that.
Okay. We have gotten the direction we were looking for. so
Thank you guys so much.
Hallelujah.
Thank you
Unnecessary
for
motion to
the,
adjourn.
thanks.
For all your patience.
Yeah, and thanks for packing in 4 different topics for us tonight and sticking with us while we got through them.
Thanks, team.
thanks. Cheers, everyone. WebEx.
All right, we do have council board reports and council updates. If anybody has anything that's exceptionally burning, let's do it. If not, let's get out.
Nothing to
Hard
report.
no.
Heading to CML tomorrow.
Hard no.
I'm going to Grand Junction tomorrow.
Yes, these two are traveling. Best travels to both of you. Enjoy the meetings that you're going to be attending.
Hold down
Thank
fort
you to
at the Nordic meeting.
Grassroots very much.
Thanks for that.
Good work tonight, guys. Sorry that was so
Board's on
long. A
core.
4.5 hour hat needs to be built.
Okay.
got it. I just got a break.
All right, good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
And leave meeting.
You know, next time we actually do our public report, you guys at the Club 20 meeting, they had someone from the Colorado Ag talking about, you know, they just made these little cards